So as far as the third world aristocrat video from today goes, I gotta say, huge win for the toe and a stroke of genius on my part.
Mr. Radio Voice, he's doing his shows. He's roasting some ass and he's picking his nose. He speaks like a pro on the Steel Toe Show. He's making a mess and everyone knows. Ready or not, he already came. April is a hoe and she's snorting for fame. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He spilled the beans. Rooting for rage as he gets her thrice. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He had a felony charge, but he's gonna walk. He's got a big mouth and he talks the talk. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He's always a guest with Alex Stein. He's making a wish. He's taking his time. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. Oh, hip hop dibbity dap to the wop 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 wop. Hong dong whittle dangle wang. Oh, he sang dooley mama splatting your hat. Doo to poot cakes.
Oh, welcome. Good Thursday morning. Here it comes. Kind of the start of the weekend, right? A little bit. It's our last, Thursday's always our last goal day. Friday's always a fun knock-around day where we play your stuff and we talk, do a little off the cuff. It's a lot of fun. Join us for Rumble Friday tomorrow if you never have. It's usually a really good time, especially if you like the chat-based stuff. Really big on the chat-based stuff. It's a fun little decompression after the week. We've had pretty much a no-goal week this week. And believe it or not, and I've been very excited, and it's been great. And thank you guys so much for your generosity. I have, believe it or not, started to get complaints about no goal. I have had, now they've been maybe a handful, but it is amazing because, we always say, we're like, fucking goal. It's the only thing we hate about doing this show. Really, it's the only thing in my life that I'm like, oh, God. Everything else, pretty aces, pretty cool. Which reminds me, I do have to correct one thing real quick. So last night when I was addressing the bullshit, bogus, lawfare violation report thing, which we have a chance to speak our piece about and contest it, and we are, they can't take any action on it until we have had our hearing. It doesn't sound like there's even going to be a hearing. I was wrong about that yesterday. It's not been given its own time for a hearing or anything like that. It's just going to be, we're going to address it at the sentencing Wednesday. So it's not, it wasn't the worst deal in the world. We were just going to go there and be like, this is fucking bullshit. This is clearly just lawfare. This is people clipping shit out of context, throwing it in every fucking day, throwing shit against the wall, seeing what sticks. Obviously what it is. And I thought it's going to be an extra pain in the ass, but we're still going to be sentencing Wednesday. Plea deal still there. It's going to be over. It's actually less than that. So I was wrong. I looked at the paperwork again. It's all part of sentencing. So, my attorney handled it brilliantly. Todd's the fucking Maze based. He's great. He's awesome. So, crisis averted for yesterday. I was thinking that was a bigger deal than it was. Because conditions of release after Wednesday, there's no more release. It's done. It's sentenced. It's pled out. So it wouldn't really make any sense that the conditions of release would be modified or changed because of this thing, because there will be no more conditions of release, and the probation part of it will start next Wednesday. So we're going to shore things up over on our end, but I didn't violate so far. I didn't violate this time. We were planning on contesting the whole thing, but it looks like we won't even have to do that because the release will be over. So it looks like we're just going to, my lawyer said, well, can we handle this at sentencing? Can we get a hearing, before the sentencing thing? The judge said, we don't even need to do a hearing before sentencing. We'll just make it part of sentencing. Done. So I was wrong about that yesterday. I made it sound maybe like it was a little bigger than it was. I apologize for that. My bad. It was my misunderstanding. I'm a novice at these things. But there is so much shit going on. So we've had no goals, and we've had people actually saying, Aaron, when there's goals on the show, in a weird way, they kind of like it more. Now, I don't like worrying about the goal. It has been fun just doing shows and not worrying about it this week. I've had a great time. But I think I understand what they're saying, because the point they're making is that there's a drama. Like, there's a drama in the goal. There's a will they, won't they about the goal. And as our fans have said numerous times, a lot of times they say we hold our donations till later in the show because we like to see you sweat it out, which is which is funny because that's my least favorite part of doing the show. But I should know. I always tell everybody else who spurgs out about our show, hey, man, do your research over the last 10 years. Figure out what this show is about. And if you're a sensitive pussy who gets offended by everything, this fucking probably isn't for you, right? Well, maybe I should take a cue from my own advice and go, Aaron, in the last 10, 11 years of this show, when has this audience passed up on an opportunity to torture you, to righteously torture you? And the answer is never. They've never passed up an opportunity. So I should take my own cues. But like I said, I have been getting people saying, I missed the goal. And that, I hate it. I hate that is actually a thing, that people miss the goal today. All right, man, we've got, so $200 this day. So it's not even a full goal. It's not even a full goal today. It's $200. Now, that being said, oh boy, would I really love to knock that out early today and have our no goal streak continue. And then everything else you throw in goes toward Monday. Boy, would that just be swell. Will it happen? I know you, you know me. We'll see. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, blah, 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 blah. Haven't had to say that much this week. I've had to dust that off now today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. I guess technically we're good till like 8:30, but let's see if we can't knock that thing down just a little bit. Yes, we are going to talk about the Ted Cruz stuff. Guys, I am so excited. The Ted Cruz, Tucker Carlson clips we have for you today are so good that and people who have, hung around with this show the last 4 or 5 years on the internet, but definitely 10 on the radio, they know that when I get really good stuff, that's what makes me the most nervous. I guess some show hosts would be like, oh, we have some really good stuff. We're on cruise control. This will be easy today. I get really good stuff that I'm excited about, and I get nervous as all hell because I'm like, now the only person who can fuck this up is me. So we're going to run down the Karen Reed thing this hour. We're going to run down the Tucker and Ted Cruz thing. Both of those very interesting topics. Only I can fuck them up. See, I'm not the same as other show hosts. If I don't have a lot of like primo clip stuff, I get excited because I'm like, I can make this silly shit even better. This will be great. Whenever I have Tucker clips, I'm like, hey, retard, how are you going to be better than Tucker? Tucker Carlson. But Tucker interviewed Ted Cruz. Guys, I'm telling you, you're going to want to stick around for the AIPAC confrontation. It is amazing. Amazing. Remember when Ted Cruz put out that tweet yesterday where he was panicking because they put out that minute 30 clip of him not knowing shit about Iran, even though he wants to bomb the fuck out of it? Well, Ted Cruz in that tweet said, Tucker Carlson attacks AIPAC, and put it in quotes like it's an anti-Semitic, like a dog whistle type of thing. I watched the AIPAC clip. Ted Cruz is full of shit. It is a very reasonable question being asked by Tucker Carlson, and Ted Cruz does his best impression of an earthworm squirming around. Oh, he is so uncomfortable. You're not going to want to miss that one. A lot of great stuff coming up today. Very excited about it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, hit share, and also make sure that you throw the show a couple of bucks or get a subscription or a membership. We appreciate those. You know, Rumble, people complain about ads on Rumble. Quick note, if you get a membership to our channel, you get no ads on our channel. It's actually really great. If you get Rumble Premium, getting Rumble Premium or subscribing to our channel, one, helps us make a lot of money through the creator program. So that's great. And number two, ad-free. If you get the membership to the channel, ad-free on the channel. If you get Rumble Premium, we get extra viewer revenue out of you just watching. It's kind of like getting YouTube Premium. We get revenue out of that. That supports the show as well. But if you get Rumble Premium, if you watch more than us on Rumble, you get that ad-free as well. First text coming in today. Happy Black Father's Day. Now, that is not what it is. Father's Day is Black Father's Day. It is Juneteenth. Oh, shit, it is Juneteenth. That's a federal holiday now, isn't it? So there ain't shit open today. Like in terms of like federal government stuff, like the mail and stuff like that. Does that mean I'm not going to hear the raucous construction outside of my home in my neighborhood going on? So there's this thing going on in my neighborhood. I didn't even know that like a company could do this. I thought like the city had to do this. T-Mobile is digging up everyone's yard and laying fiber optic. I honestly, I didn't know this was allowed. So a week or two ago, the surveyors started coming through, and the surveyors started flagging corner lots in my neighborhood. And I'm like, well, glad I don't have all those flags and spray paint in my yard. You know, the people looking for lines and stuff. And I was like, well, there's going to be some kind of digging going on. Who knows what it's going to be? But, you know, thank God that, you know, I'm interior. I don't have to worry about this. Until last weekend or the end of last week, all of a sudden I got flags and paint all over my yard. And that's just the rainbows. But they came in and they flagged it all. And then Saturday I'm mowing the lawn. I got to pull these fucking flags out, put them back in, turn the lawnmower on, turn the lawnmower off. It's inconvenient. But what it's there for is T-Mobile is digging holes in everybody's front yard. Now, they're not massive holes. They're not gigantic, and mine is probably smaller than the ones on the corner. But they're digging holes in everybody's yard and laying fiber optic down for T-Mobile. I didn't know T-Mobile could just dig in my fucking yard. I mean, even, you know, we talk about how you don't really own your home. We talk about how, you know, even if you pay off your home, if you don't pay property taxes, they can take it from you. The government owns your home. We're not as capitalist as we think we are. But, you know, that old chestnut. But it really is true with shit like this. Like, I didn't lease my land. I didn't give T-Mobile permission to dig in my yard. I didn't get a check from T-Mobile. And they're going to dig in my yard. I don't get anything off of my property taxes. It's a complete ripoff. It's a complete shyster job. I hate it. Hate it. And plus, early in the morning, like, you know, not everybody in my neighborhood gets up at the fucking ass crack of dawn to, you know, do what I do. So you got people before people are leaving the house for work and shit, and they're digging and they're running their trucks and they got the generators going and everything else. It can get a bit noisy. So in order to offset this noise today, you know, I don't know what I'm going to do. I should go to the gym today. That's what I should do. My weight's down. Here's my great problem. When my weight is down, I go, oh, let's eat. And then I go back up. And then I go, oh, shit, I'm up. I should get to the gym and I should, you know, clamp down on the eating a bit. What I should do is when I'm down, go, hey, push through, motherfucker. You're close. Like if we can drop 5 or 6, we're at 215. We got this thing. And a few more planks because your titties are starting to look bad, dog. It's me talking to myself, not to you. Unless your titties look bad, then, you know, a little more planking. But I should go to the gym. But I think I'm going to go golfing. Now, wait a minute. I will say this. Golfing, decent work. You go 18 holes. It's a decent workout. You're outside for 4 hours. You are walking a little. I mean, I'm using a cart, but I'm walking, swinging, playing the actual game of golf. There's physical activity in that. look, and again, until I break 90 consistently, I am not drinking on the golf course. I grab myself a Gatorade or I grab myself a Dr. Pepper, something like that. That's what I drink. I do not drink until I break 90. Golf is a mission for me this year. Well, Aaron, how'd you shoot on Tuesday then? 98. Melted down in the back nine. Terrible. Shot a 47 in the front nine, which is only 2 strokes off what I need for 90. So I just need to, shoot a 43 in the back nine, really take it to town. Fell apart. Shot a 51 in the back nine. It was nasty. Nasty business. All right, let's get into the chat. We got people already throwing money at the toe. I appreciate that. Small Town MN Gal with $1 says, aren't you glad you own your own property? Own in quotes, of course. Yeah, positively tickled by it. Nick the Milkman with $5 says, if you ever have to dig and get stuff marked, you'll realize just how bad it is. I got told they don't even know how deep anything in my is buried in my yard. I remember when I built a fence. That's right, changing tires and building fences. I'm a guy. I used an auger and a post digger. So, hold on. J Boo Stew with $2 says, you know about swinging. You mean a golf club. Right. No, when I built that fence at my house in Sauk Rapids, which, by the way, I drove by. I told Ashley this too. I said, I drove by our old house not too long ago, and I wanted to check out the fence that I built. It's kind of cool. You have that connection, no matter how many people buy that house, you built that fence. I'm proud of it. I went and checked it out. I am so happy. The people who have been buying, I think 3 people have bought it since I sold it 10 years ago, 11 years ago. No, 10 years. 9 or 10 years ago. I think I sold it in I bought this in 19. So 2016, 2017. Sold that one. Not important, retard. I went and checked. The fence is in beautiful shape. They're still staining it. That beautiful dark cedar color. Is it beautiful. I'm so happy that they've taken care of that. Let's go to Sergeant Hulka. My bad there, buddy. Says, generally speaking, every property has government easement. All these companies can get city permission. Yeah, I don't mean to say that the cities can just make shit up as they go, too, Sergeant Hulka, but they can kind of make shit up as they... There's a lot of what the fuck are you going to do about it in city and county shit. There's a lot of, hey, are you sure that's legal? It's like, I don't know. Why don't you spend $100,000 fighting us in court? That's a lot of it. Like the cost prohibitance of regular people fighting against their government. I mean, really, I don't like to dig too deep into shit like this because the deeper you dig, the more you realize we're not free and this is not the land of the free and the home of the brave and no country has freedom and it doesn't exist and it's a human construct. You see what I mean? I don't want to go down this rabbit hole today, but it is true. I mean, the government can fuck you any way they want and they can go, well, spend $100,000 fighting us. And most people go, I don't have $100,000 to fight you. Like, all right, then we're going to do whatever the fuck we want. It can be mildly depressing, Let's get down here and let's talk about some people. Let's talk about some people and some things. Let's go into our chat. Bigot on Socialist Media said, do they like you mentioning the goal constantly so they can complain about you mentioning the goal? Maybe. I think they feel there's a sense of drama with the show when the goal is going. And now they've had a week of no goals, and they're like, it's not as dramatic. It's just a straight show. Hulkamasha Baby says, we get ahead and you start talking about taking nights off and mailing in shows. I have not mailed in shit. I have not mailed in shit. I have done every show, and I've done them to the best of my ability. I can't help that I'm not very talented. McBuster says, nobody misses the goal. Aaron is gaslighting us because he is gay. Me being gay has nothing to do with the gaslighting. Those can be two separate things. But My Lost Interest said it. There was one other person who said it. I can't remember who. But they're like, am I weird for maybe missing the goal a little? I don't know. You know who doesn't miss the goal? Us. Meaning we never miss. Another perfect week on the way, hopefully. Nobody misses the goal. Whoever said that is retarded. Well, I'll say this. We had huge numbers on Monday. Our numbers were big, like almost 900 average, over 1,000 peak, and they've gone down the last couple of days. Who knows? Who knows? Let's go McBuster. He says, I'm not like other show hosts. I strip naked to take a dump and sit down pee. I don't sit down pee. All right? I'm not going to fight you guys on things that may be true from time to time, but I do not sit down pee. Don Juan, we do not call Juneteenth I can't breathe a teenth. That's not accurate. April's missing orgasm says your front yard is full of gay pride and BLM flags. No, it may be Juneteenth and it may be Pride Month. I have the red and orange and blue flags for the gas lines and things like that in my yard. I do not have gay pride and BLM flags. Packer Backer's right. He says they're destroying your yard so they can charge you money. That's exactly what they're doing. Don Juan said easement, public land. Right. Easements are bullshit. Easements are just going, hey, on this side of our property and on this side of our property, your property is actually our property. And it's, okay. So, the sidewalk's public property. Oh, okay. So the grass on my yard, that's not public. Well, actually, yeah, that's public property too. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, like 10, 15 feet in. Yeah, that's ours. Okay, what's the why? Like, name me the code. Name me why is it? Well, because we needed it, so we just said it is. That's easement. Easements are bullshit. Easements are just a way for them to do shit to your property and then gaslight you into thinking it's not your property. I think the Deutsch Chat says 25 to 30 feet from the center of the road. I know it's like 10 or 15 feet from the sidewalk where I am. Concrete PD says men laying cable in his neighborhood. Aaron waits out front for them. That's not true. I'm sitting here, aren't I? I am not waiting out front. Renegger, it's not near the road. So you've got like the road, the boulevard, the sidewalk, and then my yard. It's probably up, god damn. It's probably up a good 1, 2, 3, 8 to 10 yards from the end of my driveway. Probably about 20, 25 feet from the end of my driveway is where they're digging. It's fucking bullshit, but it's allowed. You know, no sense in fighting it. They can make up the rules anyway. It's not like they're taking out a tape measure and measuring 25 feet. If it's 30 feet, they're not going to give a fuck. Fuck you, dude. We own your land. It's ours. We'll do what we want. We'll dig for T-Mobile. Yeah. Miss Tay says, does Aaron think lying on the ground is planking? No. That's not. I know what a plank is. Hulkamash Baby said it's not a decent workout. You swing your arms 90 to 100 times in 3 to 4 hours. A toddler could do that. The ball provides resistance. It's resistance training. Sometimes I leave a really big divot so the ground offers some resistance. It's science. It's science. All right, I'm done with the crew of men remarks. We're done with the crew of men remarks. I'm skipping past all of the Aaron's going to help the big, strong men working on it. No. McBuster says Aaron's the type of guy when he sees no. Aaron puts on gloves and starts weeding. I pay my kids to weed. Chevrolet JB says it's not exercise if you sweat. Fat people just sweat. I was just going to say, like, when you're on the golf course, sometimes, it's hot out. You work up a sweat. So there's a little bit of a workout element in there. I already got called bullshit on that one. Okay. Well, I'll try something later in the show and convince myself that going to the golf course instead of the gym is the way to go. I'm ready to scrap like Mike Tyson with my boxing license back. So I should be in the gym more, getting ready, taking a couple fights, but here I am Summer is, look, man, I can box year round. Can't golf year round. Right? It's funny when I try to rationalize through you guys and I know I'm full of shit. And I'm just like, maybe if I cast this out, somebody will tell me what I want to hear. I don't know. No, Lab Glass, I'm not putting on a halter top and Daisy Dukes and asking the construction workers if they want lemonades. And you said lemonades for a reason. I know that. Aaron hopes the workers have strong cores. My lost interest says, I thought planking was created for chicks because they can't do many push-ups. I hope that's not why. I've heard that planking is like super good for your core. I'm actually going to Google that. Is planking for girls who can't do push-ups? While planks can be helpful exercise for building the core strength needed for push-ups, they are not exclusively for people who can't do push-ups. Planks are a valuable exercise for anyone looking to improve core stability and overall fitness, and they offer benefits beyond just preparing for push-ups. How do you like that, bitch? That is not what it's for, although it sounded good enough for me to have to Google it, so that is another win for the My Lost Interest. Women call it planking because they just like their 2x4s. They just lay like their 2x4s. Papa Shop writes, cope. Hulkamash says, I thought planking was sex with your ex. I get it. Planking, you're saying my ex-wife was flat. That's it's mighty gentlemanly of you. $5 from Doorman says, it seems to me there's a lot of small towns that got grant approval for fiber optic because everyone wants good internet in rural areas. I'm not fucking complaining about the internet. What's wrong with the internet we got? The internet we got, internet's pretty good. I ain't hear anyone complain about the internet we have. It worked pretty good. What's some of them other internets we got? Spectrum. Fucking that's it, because the internet business is a monopoly and it's fucking bullshit. I don't like your guys' fan fiction on the construction going on outside my house. Approachable says, Aaron walks past the construction guys and says, hi, boys, my yard isn't the only thing of mine you can drill. That's not, I would never, why would I imagine that scenario in your head? Why would I do that? Now Chips and Diff calling me the Peggy monster. No. Annoyed Wawa supervisor writes, do Paul R. Nelson next, dick. Renegger says, Aaron likes to plank because he likes when SP walks over him. I'm not into the trampling scene. Yeah, Chevrolet JB, I thought the same thing. Fiber is the shit. Just surprised it's T-Mobile. Yeah, I was like, I didn't know T-Mobile discovered fiber yet. But here we are. All right, let's get into some things. I've hung out with you guys. We've had some fun. You've once again psychologically tortured me for another day. Appreciate it. You did get us to 190 today, though. Thank you very much. $100 by 9:30. Do you think we can manage that? $100 in the next 3 hours? Might be doable. Last goal of the week. Knock it down. Let's call it a win for the toe. 190 is the number for today. Oh, wait. A text message before we get into Tyler Perry's text messages. Now I get why you just installed a Ring camera. First of all, it's not a Ring camera. Second of all, I didn't just install. It was a long time ago. It had nothing to do with any of this. Nothing. Hobo, okay. This one got me. Hobo says, you should discover fiber, you fat fuck. It's so hurtful. It's so hurtful, but it makes me laugh. It's not okay. I don't like it. All right, so some of the text messages that Tyler Perry sent that queeb came out, and Tyler Perry's going to lose a shitload of money over this thing. Apparently, Tyler Perry wanted his butthole stretched. The guy who dresses like an overweight black grandma, who's worth $250 million, he's the booty warrior. If you didn't hear yesterday, Tyler Perry is being sued by an actor in one of his TV shows because that guy claims that Tyler Perry constantly tried to get in his asshole, and he didn't want it. They were unwanted advances. And now he's produced the text messages with Tyler Perry about his butthole. He's suing for $250 million. No. Tyler Perry's worth $250 million. I can't remember exactly how much he's suing for. But, no. Tyler Perry's worth like $1 billion, I think. And he's suing for, Tyler Perry's worth $1.4 billion. This guy's suing for $250 million. So he's produced the text messages with Tyler Perry, and we have them here for you. So this big block, this text wall, this is Tyler Perry. And I think the blue one is the other guy. Tyler Perry wrote to the man, "Listen to me. If you let the cast know that you and I have a new friendship, then you are opening yourself up to a lot of questions and foolishness." So, okay, right off the bat, Tyler Perry didn't want anyone to know that he was kind of grooming this guy. That he was like, hey, we're friends. But, it's kind of like the guy who starts out the girl's friend, but he's always been trying to fuck her. That whole thing. And women really like attention. She's like, oh, he's so nice. And, you've got to let your girlfriend know, like, hey, that guy's trying to fuck you. Yo, no, he's just a nice guy. It's like, no, I'm a guy. I know guys. He's trying to fuck you. How do you know he's trying to fuck me? Because that's how I'd try to fuck you. It's like, oh, but no, he knows I have a boyfriend. Yeah, it doesn't fuck. He wants pussy. So I'm sorry. It's not. So Tyler Perry wants to fuck this dude from Jump Street. He wanted to fuck this guy. And he's like, don't tell anybody we're talking because then they'll think that you're like a teacher's pet. I don't want them to think that. He just didn't want him telling people that he was, friends with Tyler. And then other people would go, dude, you better be careful. He's going to try and fuck you in the ass, dude. And guess what? Tyler Perry tried to fuck him in the ass. You want them to know that you are there because of your talent and not because we have a friendship or because Tony got me to give you a job. So clearly this is like some Weinstein stuff that's going on. You earned your spot like everyone else. Don't give people an opportunity to play you small or they will. The gaslighting here is remarkable. I can't teach you everything. Unfortunately, there are some things you'll have to learn for yourself, like the elasticity of the human anus. Because when we go back to work, I'm not going to know you. I don't have any friends that work for me, my friend. Professionalism is key. Like I said, you're totally right. I hope you got it, my friend. That totally makes sense. Just watch the behavior of everyone around me on set. Yeah, I will. Don't want to give anyone that opportunity because work is work. All right, cool. Treat myself right. What are you doing? Derek. That reminds me of Alexander Usyk when he was fighting Derek Chisora. As he was training, he would go, Derek, I coming for you, Derek. I guess that's what Tyler Perry said too. Derek, I'm coming for you, Derek. So he says, just talking to my sister. And Tyler Perry, like a true femi gay dude, goes, eye roll, fine, good night. I'll go through the 600 people in my phone book and be annoyed that I don't want to talk to any of them. Bro, learn how to be alone. Like, ironically, what my relationship taught me is how to be comfortable being alone. Like on the nights you're not together, you're at your house, it's cool. You're alone. You're fine. Tyler Perry, Jesus Christ, he's scrolling through his phone being like, if I don't have human interaction, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. He says, trying to get off so I can go to sleep. LOL. Oh, Derek. You're coming for Tyler, Derek. I understand, LOL. Oh, trying to get off. He means the phone with his sister. I thought he texted Tyler Perry like, I'm going to whack off and go to bed. Who the fuck would text that? Oh, he's saying he's trying to get off the phone. Fuck, I'm a pervert. Jesus. I have a problem. I got to get help. That's like a sex addiction thing. I read a text message of someone saying, trying to get off so I can go to sleep, lol. And I'm like, oh, he's talking about whacking off. And it's like, no, dude, follow the conversation. He's talking to his sister. You're a pervert. I'm irredeemable. Tyler Perry says, I understand, LOL. So Derek writes back and he says, LOL, apparently you're not the only one that's been drinking tonight. And Tyler Perry wrote, I just started. They didn't, LOL, Derek. I don't know what that means. But either way, like you can clearly see Tyler Perry's trying to get in his butthole. Like I have a lot of friends and we don't text each other like that. Like we text each other when something's going on. There's a game on that we want to talk about, or we're making plans for the weekend. You want to go golfing most of the time. Talking about going to the Vikings game this weekend. It's not like, hey man, you up? Like you'd be made fun of. That's gay. All right, here I've got what's his name? Where is he? Where's my guy? Mick Busted. Mick Busted is trying to break me of some of my verbal crutches, and I really appreciate it. So I'm not going to say let's go to when we go through the chat. We're just going to, if I say let's go to, I want you to call it out. We got to have like a let's go to bell. We're going to break ourselves of that one. Los Federales, the irony that the other guy's last name is Dixon. It's the Dixon Perry trial. This shit just writes itself. Roverts, did you hear about the 2020 election fraud? Yes, we talked about it yesterday, Roverts. We talked about China printing up tens of thousands of fake IDs they got caught with. They were trying to get it to like 400,000 illegal Chinese immigrants so that they could vote for Joe Biden. And if we caught 22,000, how many did we miss? I mean, it clearly shows at least China interfering on behalf of Joe Biden in our election, if not the Democratic Party working with the CCP to rig our election. I mean, it could be both. Ethan with $6.50 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, Ethan. We appreciate that. 185 away from today. Thank you so much. Again, continue to chip in. We've got a very small goal for our last show of the week. Another perfect week ahead for the toe. Approachable. Oh, God, Approachable's got a clip. Here we go. Renegar says Aaron was trying to groom Johnny. Now we know why he doesn't drive to Aaron's house. Again, these are all actionable statements. These are all actionable statements that you guys are making. How dare you? There we go. Hey, McBusted, how did I do? I didn't say let's go to on that one. So far, so good. Let's go with that counts. Here's Mr. Approachable's clip. This is going to kind of fuck me up a little bit. I'm not going to lie. This is Mr. Approachable's clip. Here it is. And says, hi, boys. My yard isn't the only thing of mine you can drill. That's not, I would never. You know what? It's always gay with you guys. It's never not gay. It's always gay. Gay, 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 gay. All the time, all day long. Gay, 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 gay. Mix it up. Mix in a water is what I'm trying to say. All right. Off we go. Karen Reed. So the Karen Reed thing is interesting to me because I didn't give a flying fuck from Jump Street. I don't care. Did she kill her husband? I don't give a shit. Did somebody else kill her husband and then they framed her and like threw his body in front of her vehicle and she was driving drunk and hit it and then got blamed for his death? I find all of this LawTube stuff to be fucking boring and gay and weird and nerdy. It's like the Dungeons and Dragons of the internet. But Here's what I have to learn. As a guy with a social life who goes out and does things, I'm the retard on the internet. You know, I have to, unfortunately, now in life in general, in the world, I'm the normal guy, and all of these people are fucking insane. But when you're swimming in their waters, these Dungeons and Dragons, you know, watching trials assholes are considered like the in crowd, which is pathetic. And those of us who are actually the cool people, who are actually the people who have a sense of perspective, you know, and you know, outdoors experience, if you will, we're looked at as the weirdos. I'm here to tell you we're not. This trial shit is Dungeons and Dragons. It's weird, it's lame, it's gay. Sports is cooler, but people talking about the NBA Finals, people talking about the Super Bowl, not as hot on YouTube as talking about some drunk Boston bitch who ran over or didn't run over her husband. All right, whatever. The world is run by geeks when it comes to the internet. Let's humor them. So this Karen Reed trial is yesterday, or the deliberation, the verdict comes in yesterday. And Karen Reed is found not guilty of everything but the DUI. And her, the DUI thing, it's like the happiest anyone's ever been to get a DUI conviction. So she's literally going to walk on these charges because she legally will not be able to drive away from them. Whatever sentence she gets for the DUI, she'll just be going, she'll take it and smile, you know? She'll take the DUI and go, you know what? Cost of doing business, fine. We're done with this. Well, you know, for a lot of us, like getting a DUI would be a fucking disaster. It would be awful. For Karen Reed, it's a blessing. So she gets acquitted on everything. The news, of course, is covering it wall to wall. You know, Americans are a voyeuristic people. We love watching this shit. I just don't understand it, man. It is so boring to sit there and watch procedure for hours and hours and hours and hours. And then if you like talk, this is what I've always hated about the internet, is that if you do cool shit, people are like, yeah, gay, I don't like it. But if you do gay shit, they're like, oh, it's the greatest thing ever. This is so awesome. So if you watch trials for hours on end, this is the greatest thing. If you're like, hey, man, did you guys see that game last night? Hey, that's stupid. Why would you? It's like the world is inverted online. You know, it's like the dredges and the dorks and the shitheads of the world. They're like, we're bitter at the jocks and everybody else, so we're just going to invert everything and make gay shit cool. And then all cool shit is going to be gay. It really is like the internet is Revenge of the Bitter Nerds in real time. So the Karen Reed thing is hot. We're going to watch it. I don't give a shit. I'll be upfront with you. And this is why I'm going to kind of enjoy covering this today. Everyone seems to be passionate about this story. Who killed him? Did Karen Reed get away with killing her husband? Did the police try to shamelessly frame Karen Reed for the death of one of their own? And like, people are passionate one way or the other. People were mad about this verdict, or they were happy about this verdict. I don't give a fuck. So I get to approach this from everyone else is emotional about it, and you just get to mock other people's emotions. That's fun for me.
And we're taking a look at what comes next for Reed after this victory.
A bus ticket? A fucking Metro pass? You know, Uber Premium? That's what comes next for Karen Reed. You can sell your car if you got a lot of lawyer fees.
NBC 10 Boston News at 11 starts right now.
Ooh, yay. This is nice for Boston. They have a Karen Reed trial to cover. Now they don't have to cover racial strife constantly. A Southside Boston man yelled the N-word for 17 hours outside of his shitty home window. It's still single pane.
Defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all?
The Karen Reed murder trial saga has come to an end.
Again, I have to ask you, if she were a fat black woman, would anyone fucking care? Nope. But she's a pretty cute middle-aged white lady. By the way, if she's in her 40s, she looks great. She looks really good. Karen Reed's a cutie. If she's younger than that and she's just that Boston Pall Mall smoking drunked out, like people, like there can be women from Boston where you're like, wow, she's pretty attractive for an older lady. And they're like, she's 27 and 7 of her teeth are hers. Like, oh, fuck, really? It's, God, they do a great, they must be watching those makeup tutorials on TikTok. But Karen Reed's a very attractive middle-aged lady. And I think that's most of the coverage of this case. Like Jodi Arias, Deborah LaFave, all of those things get covered because the girl is cute. Like I said, if they looked like Precious, if they looked like Lizzo, nobody would fucking care. And you know what? Nobody should. Her husband's dead. She got accused of it. They're going to have a trial. This shit happens all the time. This shit happens constantly. And America goes, oh, a white lady, that reminds me of how I'd like to look. I'm sure I'm going to root for her.
This was the reaction outside that courtroom as Reed was acquitted in the death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, in 2022.
You know who deserved the attention they got? Daniel Penny. That was a case that I think had ramifications for all of America. This was a guy in a metropolitan area that was falling into the seventh circle of hell, violence on the subway, violence in the city streets, violent crime going through the roof, and some guy was fucking with people. And he was a mentally ill, fucking cancer on society, non-contributing, mentally ill dickhead, and people had had enough. And he was threatening people, and he was pushing people around. So an ex-Marine, there's no such thing as an ex-Marine, I've learned. A Marine comes up, chokes him out, that guy dies. Now, right there, that's a line. That's a cultural line drawn in the sand. The kind of the Bernard Goetz thing, is what this guy did right? We don't know. Are we tired of people fucking taking advantage of innocent people and victimizing innocent people in this country? Yes. What Daniel Penny did was a barometer for America's attitude on crime and law and order. Karen Reed, this was just salacious gossip of a housewife.
Finding her not guilty on all of the major charges she was facing, including second-degree murder. The jury did, however, find her guilty of OUI. Thanks for being with us here tonight on NBC.
Which, in Boston, fish meat barrel.
In Boston, I'm Colton Bradford.
And I'm Priscilla Casper. After 2 long trials, Reed is free. We do have team coverage for you tonight. Our John Maroney and Michael Rosenfield will have all of those reactions to the verdict.
It's so funny to watch, like when we do a story that's out of like Newport News, Virginia, and then you watch a story out of Boston, and you see like the anchors and the reporters. Like at Newport News, it's just like some fat black lady who can barely read the teleprompter. And then you go to Boston, and it's just like the stunning Asian chick, the strapping male anchor, the cute female anchor, the 2 rugged, grizzled veteran reporter. Like, they just got their shit together in the large markets. In the small markets, they're like, can they read at a 7th grade level? They've got a gig.
In just a minute, but first, our Jericho Tran talked to Reed and her lawyers tonight as they celebrated. Jericho, what did they tell you, and how are they feeling?
I don't know, but you just made the list. Sorry. Hey, I'd like to break down the walls of Jericho. Am I right? Hey, how about break the walls down?
Relief. I think relief is the
I hope she's not too fuzzy down there. Fuzzy. Because Chris Jericho's a band. Its name is Hope she doesn't burn me out. It's a song of theirs.
best way to describe it tonight. Karen Reed walked through the streets of Boston today with a sense of
course, she
vindication.
can't drive.
She hugged friends and family. But I think the most important thing to remember here is that there still needs to be justice for Boston police officer John O'Keefe. So I asked.
Yeah, I doubt it. Because what I've heard from the very little I know about this story, and I know some of you Gene Lundergaards that watch this shit like the fucking nerds you are, you're going to go, yeah, it's not the way it is. Fine, then I'll probably fuck this up. But what I understand is the cops may have killed him. Like his boys may have killed him and then like framed her for it. So if that's the case, yeah, good luck ever finding out who killed the guy.
Asked Reed if she had any words for the O'Keefe family.
Any words for the O'Keefe family?
I fought for John O'Keefe harder than anyone.
After a nearly
What up, baby?
4-year legal battle, Karen Reed celebrated her freedom on the streets of Seaport with friends and family.
I'm happy. Thank you.
Just feels very gratifying.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to go to the bar and get fucked up.
Very heartwarming that it's over.
The retrial of Reed may be over, but for her supporters, the novelty has not worn off.
Kind of like a little media frenzy.
This is what I mean. Like, it's all just Gene Lundergaards. It's all just housewives with no fucking purpose in life. I'm a Karen Reed supporter. What the fuck does that mean? I hope all of these people go to the other end of Boston and start going to those murder trials where they feel like all those black people who have been railroaded by police and public defenders, are they going to go over there next? No. This is all just, dude, all of this trial coverage shit, it's all populated by a bunch of fucking nothing wine moms, just a bunch of middle-aged fucking Gene Lundergaard housewives who have nothing better to do than live vicariously through some bitch who might have murdered her husband. It's disgusting. It's gross. It's honestly the worst parts of America is these people who glob onto these trials and they want, I mean, look at this. She's got nothing. What do you have to live for? This trial? You latched onto this trial? This is your thing? It's fucking Red Sox season, lady.
A local celebrity around.
Abby is just one of the many supporters who eagerly waited outside of Reed's Fort Point Hotel, hoping to catch a glimpse of Reed.
Look at all of them. These guys, if you're a dude and you're here, I'm sorry. If you're gay, it's fine. But if you're not gay, I got news, you're gay.
They ran into her defense team, defense attorneys David Yannetti and Robert Alessi.
Our biggest fear was a mistrial, and thank God that didn't happen.
As one of the first lawyers hired by Reed, Yannetti joined Reed's defense team before her first trial.
They charged the wrong person with murder, and really they put her through hell for 3.5 years.
You know what? I got something that would fix our legal system. If you go all the way to trial and you fight and win, the state has to pay your legal bills. I don't think it's fair that someone like Karen, the one thing I will say about this, I don't think it's fair that Karen Reed has to pay shit. I can't imagine how much this costs. I imagine she'll be paying on this for the rest of her life, unless she got to, maybe O'Keefe's life insurance settlement is all going to go to this. But I think it's bullshit that she's had to pay for 2 trials and all that. She got acquitted of all the major charges. This fucking sucks, man. It's not right. Our legal system is completely fucked. I mean, very serious criminals get away with crazy bullshit. And then ticky-tacky little stuff, especially if you're not like an uber wealthy person, they will fucking try to nail your ass to the wall for. And it's fucking gross. It feels a little Sorosy. I got to be honest, like our entire legal system feels a little bit of Sorosy. Like they'll look out for their own. But, when it comes to flooding the streets with violent criminals, hey, give them, and they masquerade it as, give them a second chance. Don't give up on them. But they're a murderer. But we don't give up on people. Let's release them back into society. It smacks of people trying to destabilize the culture. And then it's like, hey, a guy, blew a .10 while he was driving. Throw the fucking book at him. Take away his license, his ability to get to work, this, that, and the other thing, and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, so wait a minute. A guy's a little tipsy. He's probably fine. He wouldn't have hurt anybody. Could have got home. Not a big deal. You're going to throw the book at that guy. And then when it comes to people who have basically been lifelong piece of shit criminals and they're beating people up on the subway, you'll release them 50 some odd times. This feels like like our legal system is purposely designed to destabilize our society, punish the working and productive, and reward the scumbags. And it, again, the purpose being to destabilize society and bring about a socio-political change that the uber wealthy one world government types want to see. It's horseshit.
Alessi joined Reed's defense team before her retrial.
People knew what the truth was. They knew what the truth was, and people motivated us to keep working hard. And I got to tell you something. God bless those 12 people on the jury.
The past
God, it's just, I can't, dude. I can't with all these lawyers and all. It's just, God, everybody's so full of shit. Whenever they say, God bless these jurors, God bless these, that means I got my way. I got what I wanted. Chevrolet JB with $1 says, you cannot blame us about the gay. You're the only one here who has played Gay Twister. I didn't play Gay Twister. I did not play Gay Twister. Not at all, my friend. We've got, X-Braps writes, I can fix her. That's what it is. It's a bunch of wine moms and it's a bunch of lame dudes. Papa Shab says Aaron's adjectives for describing the male anchors were a lot more flowery than his description of the female anchors. Is there some sort of hidden passion for newsmen that we don't know about? Not that you don't know about. No. Not that you don't know about. Hobo Chili Recipe says that's a 9 in Boston. Yeah, she's a very attractive woman. She's very cute. Dysrhythmia says Karen Reed OnlyFans when? I hope not. I hope not. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, respectfully, you have no grounds to criticize Boston women. You married Megamind. I'm not going to get away from that one anytime soon. Budman says, send Daniel Perry to Boston. I'm just glad that he, that whole thing's over with. Isn't it right? Daniel Perry's free and clear. Daniel Perry claim, acquitted, 2 years ago. He was acquitted of an aggravated assault charge. Oh, wait, in April 2023, a jury found him guilty of murder. Where the fuck was I? Daniel Perry got found guilty. No. Sentenced to 25 years for shooting to death. Oh, no, I'm thinking of what? Daniel Penny. That's right. Daniel Penny was his name. I was like, wait a minute. Daniel Penny didn't go. Daniel Penny was found not guilty on the criminal negligent homicide charge in the death of Jordan Neal. Oh, God, I scared the shit out of myself. Daniel Penny. Oh, my God. I'm the best LawTube guy there is. There's nobody better than me. All these other fucking egg-headed nerds with their, the policy and the chair. It's much better to not know shit of what you're talking about and just talk a bunch of shit. That's the American way. The internet's gay. It's for Dungeons and Dragons. It's for total fucking dorks. You got to listen to me. I'm the guy to go to. All right. What's our number? 185 away from today. Thank you guys very much for your contributions and your generosity. We appreciate it. All right. We are almost into the Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz stuff. That's what I'm most excited about today. The Ted Cruz, Tucker Carlson interview came out. I thought it was a great distillation of the 2 points of view on this Iran thing. America first versus neocon. And Tucker and Ted Cruz, obviously I'm on Tucker's side, but I thought both of them portrayed their side accurately. I think if you watch those two go at it on this Iran-Israel thing, you'll see that, in my mind, that's how I envision the debate. And by the way, somebody said in the chat this morning before the show started, and I agree with him, I was a Ted Cruz guy when he first started coming around. I liked Ted Cruz, but he just turned, he's a great example of once you start getting that special interest money, they own you and they control you and they're in charge. And that's what happened to Ted Cruz, I fear, is that all of these organizations, and you're going to hear Tucker Carlson bring up one in particular, they got their hooks into Ted Cruz and, You know, you notice when these guys get in there, they're all firebrands. They're all ready to go. They're all full of piss and vinegar. And by year 6 or so, they start to really sound like a politician. You know, I same thing on the left side. I think AOC is starting to settle in. I think she's starting to sound like a politician now. Instead of, and you know, look, we can all make fun of AOC all we want, but she was a left-wing firebrand when she got in there. I mean, you could say that Ilhan Omar, that she's still, you know, got her balls. I mean, she's stupid and she's wrong, but she says dumb shit like, I'm Somalia first. I'm advocating for Somalia as a congresswoman. Now, that's shitty. That's garbage. I fucking hate it. But at least that's not a special interest take. Like, that's, I mean, you want these people to be honest, right? Everybody wants politicians to be honest until politicians are honest. But Ted Cruz is one of these guys who you can go day one and now, and he very clearly has changed. He's not in the same place he was when he first came in. Before we get to that, holy shit, everybody today should get blood tests and find out if you're in any way tangentially blood related to the Bus family. If you don't know who the Bus family are, they're the family that's owned the Lakers for the last 40, 50 years. There was Jerry Buss and now his daughter Jeannie Buss were the owners of the LA Lakers. Jerry Buss bought the Lakers 46 years ago for $67.5 million. The league finalized a sale to Dodgers owner Mark Walter yesterday. Jeannie Buss sold the team. $67.5 million when they bought it back in around 1980. They sold it yesterday for $10 billion fucking dollars. That is a profit of just about $10 billion fucking dollars. It's unbelievable. The profit, the ROI on the LA Lakers is insanity. And now you got the guy who owns the Dodgers, and he's done a pretty good job with that club. Now he owns the Lakers. Maybe he can make the moves they need to get them back to the top. I hope not. I'm a Timberwolves fan. But $10 billion, man. Owning sports franchises is one of the most lucrative investments over the last 30 to 40 years because they have skyrocketed. In really just the last 15 years, they've really taken off. How much did the Wilfs pay for the Vikings, for example? So the Minnesota Vikings got sold in 2005, 20 years ago, for $600 million. Vikings franchise value. Today, they're worth $5.3 billion. So, in 20 years, the Wilfs have seen the value of their investment grow by about $4.5 billion in 20 years. It's beyond insanity. It's fucking madness. The value in which these sports franchises have gone up. It's, again, the Pohlad family still owns the Minnesota Twins. I believe the Pohlads paid like $50 million for the Twins. How much did the Pohlads buy the Twins for? $44 million in 1984. So 40 years ago, Pohlads bought the Twins for $44 million. Twins franchise value. Today, the Twins are worth $1.7 billion. And these guys, by the way, these guys have all this equity in their team, and they still get their $1 billion stadiums completely taxpayer funded. It's a fucking racket, dude. It really is. I mean, good for them for making all their money. Good for them for getting fucking paid, right? But the fact that the rest of us get stuck with the tab whenever they want to build a new stadium really is dog shit. I mean, it really is one of the biggest ripoffs perpetrated on taxpayers ever. And you know what? The reason it keeps happening is because the methods they choose to pay for the stadium with, user fees. In Minnesota, it's e-pull tabs, electronic pull tabs in bars. They basically changed the gambling rules in Minnesota so that we could build a billion-dollar palatial football stadium. And guess what? The e-pull tabs, the degenerate gambling of Minnesotans sitting there drinking and fucking around on an iPad like an 8-year-old, paid for the stadium ahead of time. And don't get me wrong, these billionaires do throw in, $100 million or so towards their stadium, which they get back immediately. Oh, by the way, the state of Minnesota does not own US Bank Stadium. We, the taxpayer, do not own it. We don't get to see a cut of the revenue except the taxes that the Wilfs pay. Yeah, Ziggy Wilf owns US Bank Stadium. Isn't that something? You get the state to pay for your stadium, and then you get to own it. Who owns US Bank Stadium? I am a fucking asshole. I'm sorry. I apologize. I am wrong. The Minnesota Sports Facilities Authority, the MSFA, does own US Bank Stadium. I do apologize for, I did fuck that up. I think at some point in the negotiations for building the stadium, they were going to talk about the Wilfs kicking in half, and they would then own the stadium. That is not the case. I did get that wrong. I apologize. It's important to correct that. US Bank Stadium is, I think Jerry Jones owns Jerry's World in Dallas, but I want to say Jerry Jones paid for that. I think Jerry Jones paid for AT&T Stadium. Who financed AT&T? Primarily funded through nope, I'm a fucking asshole on that one too. Primarily funded through a combination of public and private financing. City of Arlington chipped in $325 million through increased sales taxes, hotel occupancy tax, and car rental tax. The Cowboys, owned by Jerry Jones, covered any cost overruns and provided significant private funding, including an NFL loan of $150 million, of which I'm sure the NFL gave them a great interest rate. A great interest rate. So, yeah, these guys don't pay for shit. You know what it is? There we go. The Wilfs do not own US Bank Stadium, but they do reap the ancillary profits from the Vikings games. So let's say there's a concert. The Sports Authority makes the money off that concert. But as far as Vikings games goes at US Bank Stadium, ticket revenue, all that, Minnesota Vikings. Isn't that something? All right, let's get to the Ted Cruz. This is what everybody came here for, right? Ted Cruz, Tucker Carlson. Honestly, guys, I don't think they could have chosen, unless Ben Shapiro sat down across from Tucker Carlson, which I don't think he would do for this interview. I don't think you could have found a better representative of each of these points. The point of we should go to war with Iran, we should engage in regime change, we should overthrow the mullahs and the Ayatollah. Ted Cruz is a great neocon, war hawk guy to defend that position. America first, let's not get involved in any of these dumb fuck shithead wars anymore. Most of us watching this program right now, I believe, are on the side that the United States should not be engaging in these wars. And I think that side would say that we'd be pretty comfortable with Tucker Carlson being the guy representing that side. So as we get into this, here's what I want you guys to do. Hit like, hit share, hit follow. We've got about 600 or so watching right now. We want to get that number up for today. Great numbers on Monday. Decent numbers Tuesday. As the week's gone on, a little down. Let's pump it up. Thursday, usually our lowest day of the week, but I have a feeling we can pump that up. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe, because I'm very confident we've had an amazing show so far, and it's only going to get better. Your host is on fire. $180 away from today's goal. Let's fucking go, guys. Here's the first clip we have here is just it's an amuse-bouche for you. This is Tucker and Ted. This is just a 50-second exchange we can play for you to kind of get you ready as to what the vibe of this debate's going to be. And then we'll get into specific topics.
Asking about your allegation and the Prime Minister of Israel's allegation that Iran is trying to murder the president.
Killing terrorists is a good thing. Killing people who are trying to murder Americans is a good thing. Because if you're America first, You want to protect America, and so killing Osama bin Laden was a fantastic.
But you don't
day
really.
Okay, I see. By the way, you're going to get mad. You're going to want to throw a brick through your computer because they do a lot of comparing Iran to shit that it isn't. Killing Osama bin Laden is a good thing. No shit, retard. Okay, cool. Training Osama bin Laden and creating him is not a good thing. But okay, yes, I agree. Killing Osama bin Laden is a good thing. Now do me a favor. Say some shit about this that's somehow fucking connected to that. Because the math ain't mathin'. These fucking cowards do this sleight of hand shit all the time when they want to start these wars. They go, oh yeah, what about the Jap? I saw Ben Shapiro doing that. I shouldn't have stopped at Jap. I meant Japanese. I didn't mean to say Jap. I interrupted myself. Too much Red Bull. But I was watching Dave Smith's show before we went on today, and he was going over some shit Ben Shapiro said. And Ben Shapiro is like, well, we just want the unconditional surrender of Iran. Was it wrong to want the unconditional surrender of the Japanese? The Japanese fucking bombed Pearl Harbor after we let them. Iran hasn't attacked us. Iran is 100% an Israel problem. Oh, but Iran funds Hezbollah. Hezbollah's never attacked the United States. We're not at war with Hezbollah. We're not at war with Hamas. It's an Israeli problem, and there is a heavy lobby in the United States that claims to be American that lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government against American interests, and it shouldn't be allowed. It should be considered a foreign lobbyist agency. But Kennedy tried to do that, and, well, you know, limo rides and all that. So this sleight of hand magic that people like Ted Cruz play where they go, and we should want to kill terrorists. Killing Osama bin Laden was good. Osama bin Laden's organization knocked down the Twin fucking towers because we were going to war to benefit Israel. But let's let that go. Yes, killing Osama bin Laden was good for the United States. He also attacked the United States. And they're like, oh, are we supposed to wait till somebody attacks us? Yes, that's what being the good guy means. If you're going to be the good guy, you have to respond when a shithead does something bad to you. You can't be the good guy and go, oh, we'll just bomb the fuck out of those guys. Why? They're looking at me funny, and I think they're going to start some shit. That's what the drunk at the bar does.
Believe that they're trying to murder Trump, or
yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Then why aren't you calling for military action against Tehran right now?
Because they're not very effective in terms of hitmen.
Oh, so they're trying to kill Donald Trump, but they failed. So we're not gonna. You know damn right. You know damn right. Our own government tried to kill Donald Trump, but you're in it now, aren't you, Ted? Old outsider Ted from 10 years ago. He's dead. He's gone. That guy. Won't see him anymore. We got Beltway Ted now. We don't have Texas Ted. We got the Ted who, when the power lines freeze up in Texas, he heads to Guadalajara for a nice little vacation or wherever the fuck he went. What a spineless chicken shit neocon asshole. And you know, when you become these neocons, you even start to look just like a fat neck-bearded dickhead. Remember when Ted Cruz came in and he would look like a Cuban? Now he comes in, he just looks like every other fat dickhead who wants to send other people's kids to war. It changes you. That poison from the inside comes out. Look, man, if you're going to make an honest argument about why you want to go to Iran, I would love that, and we can have that debate. But these dishonest arguments of like, well, killing Osama bin Laden was good, you're not trying to do what's right. You're trying to convince me that you're winning the argument. And that's different than being right. Winning an argument, you can win an argument and be wrong. And I feel like that's what Ted Cruz and Ben Shapiro and these guys are trying to do. They're trying to take the wrong position, but win the argument. And they're going to use Osama bin Laden. They're going to use Japan. They're going to use all these times we were attacked first. Well, guess what? That does not compute with this Iran thing. You know how I said that this 50-second clip is going to set the tone for the whole interview? Yeah.
Their hitmen are not very effective. I do think.
So they're hitmen, but not the bad kind.
By the way, ballsy for Tucker to do this with a herp lip. He's brave and he represents all of us.
The efficient kind?
No,
what are you saying?
They're a weak country who is on its knees, and
So let's pick on them. Yeah! That's a great position to have. They're a weak country that's on our knees. Which one is it? Because Netanyahu tells me they're extremely powerful, they're going to get a nuke, and they can't be. We can't fuck around on this. But Ted Cruz tells me they're a weak country and they're on their knees. Hey, look at us. We're the United States. We use our military to batter countries that are weak and on their knees. And the home of the brave.
I think we need to.
Then why are we so afraid of them? Why are they the biggest threat if they're a weak country that's on its knees?
Because they're trying.
I'm trying to keep track.
They're trying to develop. Be a little less snarky.
I know, you're right. That is a problem.
He's the fucking best. I love him. You can't cuck the tuck. He's the man. He rattles them. That's why he does that. That's why he's a cunt. That's why I'm a cunt. I rattle people. They get mad at me. I poke them some more. It's fun. It's fun to take bad, dishonest people and rattle their cage. I like Tucker's snark. I like that he's a smart. Because when you know you're right and you know you've got him by the balls, you should be snarky. You should rattle those people. I agree with him 100%. It's what the anti-steel toe people, I mean, you see them in the chat every day. Rattle the fuck out of them. They can't stay away. I'm snarky. I'm dismissive. It works. It works because the dishonest, the propagandists, they can't stand up to it. They fly off the handle. They get flustered. I see it every day. That's why we have another win for the toe. Because when you snark these guys out, like Tucker's doing, they get rattled because all they have is scripted talking points. So Tucker called, I love that. He's like, could you not be so snarky? Yeah, you're right. That's a problem I have. Anyway, I like that. That's a very dominant way to handle the debate. Like, could you be a little less snarky? Yeah, you're right. It's a problem. Anyway, talk about what the fuck I just said. I love that. I love it. Tucker's the man. And every clip we've got of this debate, it gets worse. I mean, honestly, Ted Cruz should have been taken away from this discussion in an ambulance. It was bad, bad, bad for old Ted. So this is the clip. This is probably my favorite one of all the clips we have. This is Ted Cruz trying to claim that AIPAC is not a foreign lobby. And you can take your America First card and set it the fuck on fire if you don't think AIPAC is a foreign lobby. It is. AIPAC, and by the way, that's fine. Register as a foreign agent and let's talk. But what AIPAC does is AIPAC lobbies for policies that are best for Israel. That's fine. You're allowed to do that. But we have rules in this country, and you have to register as a foreign agent. You know, it's really frustrating to me that in the media, if you ask Jewish organizations to play by the same rules as the rest of us, all of a sudden, because they get defensive because you're onto it, you're called anti-Semitic. I will say this, I am not in the least bit anti-Semitic. I just believe that Jews are the same as everyone else, and Jewish groups, Jewish organizations, Jewish governments should be treated the same as everybody else. And I understand in life in general, you see this with spoiled people, you see this with people who have been benefactors of nepotism. When people have been getting when people have been getting a cushy deal, when people have been getting treated more than fairly, treating them fairly sounds like oppression. But treating them fairly is the correction that's needed to restore order. So when you say things like AIPAC should have to register as a foreign agent, they go, oh, that's anti-Semitic. No. We're just correcting something that always should have been. If you were an organization that advocated, that lobbied the American government for the rights of Kenya, you should have to register as a foreign agent, and then we can talk about what's best for Kenya. But I'm going to do what's best for my country. AIPAC Israel is the only country that you can get called an ism for not wanting to go to war on behalf of. If Angola wants to go to war with someone and I go, I want to stay out of that Angolan war, nobody calls you racist. But if I go, hey, I'd rather fight wars because it's in the United States' best interest, not because it's in Israel's best interest, that's not anti-Semitic. That's treating Israel and treating Jewish people in general the same as everyone else. Here's what I want. Here's my position down and dirty. I want Jews, I want Israel treated the same as everybody else. You go ahead and call that anti-Semitic. We'll put those two positions up next to each other and we'll see who's full of shit. That's what I like about Tucker.
So I've never taken money from the Israel lobby. Have you?
Taken money from the Israel...
From AIPAC.
So AIPAC raises a lot of money for me, but it's actually a misnomer because the people who raise money are individuals. Right. So it's not the PAC itself, but they're individual members who believe in the American-Israeli friend.
Wow. You know what? This is another great example of dishonesty in the way people speak. He is not answering the question or responding to what Tucker said. He's anticipating the next 3 or 4 things Tucker's going to say and trying to PR it and cut it off at the pass. Why are you so nervous? All he said is, why do you take money from foreign influences if you're America first? He's like, AIPAC is a lobbying group and it's individuals, but they all kind of get into a thing with each other for the... That's not what he asked. He said, why do you take money from foreign influences?
Is AIPAC a foreign lobby?
No, it's an American lobby. It's the...
Oh, you can tell that this guy doesn't want to ride with the top down. It's nice weather, too. You'd think you'd be safe. No, AIPAC isn't a foreign lobby. It just lobbies for, things that are beneficial to a foreign government. It's coinky-dink.
The AIPAC stands for the America-Israeli Political Action Committee.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole lot effectively. Listen.
Ted Cruz's excuse for everything is, well, they suck at it. Hey, if Iran's trying to kill our president, why don't we go take them out now? They suck at it. Hey, the American-Israeli Political Action Committee, they kind of advocate for Israel's interests over America's. What do they lobby for specifically? Honestly, really, they suck at it. Oh, okay. So Ted Cruz's excuse for everything that makes him look like a weasel is, they're shitty, so don't worry about it.
I came into Congress 13 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah, with a conscience. You know where I found Ted Cruz's conscience recently? On a milk carton.
With the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate.
Great.
How fucking wild is that? I want to be the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. That's not... Are there Israeli politicians, and if there's a clip of it, I'll apologize. Are there Israeli politicians who run on, I'm going to be the most pro-America member of the Knesset? Because I don't think so. I don't think they think about us like that. Are there French members of parliament going, I'm going to be the most pro-American member of parliament?
I've worked every day to do that. AIPAC, a lot of times... AIPAC, I wish were much more effective. Like, there are folks online who are in the fever swamp of terrified of AIPAC, and AIPAC...
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No, not uncomfortable at all.
You're a little uncomfortable. You're a little uncomfortable. See, this is what I mean. Is just this defensiveness when you go, hey, you and I are bros. We're America first. Should we really be fucking around with a foreign government's lobbying group? That doesn't seem very America first. Don't worry about it, Tucker. They're shitty. I'm sure they'd love to hear that.
Just asking what AIPAC does. My understanding, having known a lot of people who work at AIPAC, is that it lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
It's
when was the last time AIPAC took a position that deviated from Prime Minister Netanyahu?
All the time.
Name one.
Okay. let me go back and give a little history. If you want to do a deep dive on AIPAC,
I don't. I want to do a shallow dive that gets.
No.
I want to get to the core question. AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government.
He can't. So Tucker, this isn't even his question. Tucker just wants to get to the question, but Ted Cruz can't even accept the premise. Or what? Your donations will go down? What's wrong with, dude, AIPAC is allowed. AIPAC is allowed to advocate for Israel. We're not saying they can't. We're saying, like Kennedy said, they should have to register as a foreign agent. That's all. And again, if you want to call that position anti-Semitic, you're full of shit.
And it's not. It's lobbying for the United States.
It is lobbying for a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Okay. So it's not, has nothing to do with the foreign government.
It wants America and Israel to be closely allied.
Yeah, and, if it weren't for AIPAC, we'd never be closely allied with Israel. By the way, the whole reason America and Israel even became allies in the first place is because the Zionists running Israel were much more simpatico with the USSR, with communism, than they were with capitalism. So we bribed them. We said, we'll give you a military and shitloads of money. Just don't join the Soviet Union. Okay. Because there were a lot of Jewish people in Israel who wanted to be allied with the Soviet Union because the Bolsheviks, the Soviets, a lot of them had a lot of Jewish members. A lot of the founding members of the Soviet Union and the Bolshevik Revolution were Jewish. And so they felt a kinship there. But the United States came in with bombs, tanks, planes, and money in a part of the world where the Jews were being targeted. So Israel went, all right, we'll side with you guys.
Okay, but it's lobbying on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And if
it's not true.
No.
So AIPAC is lobbying on behalf of the United States of America? Okay. Wow me with that one.
How much contact do you think AIPAC leaders have for the government of Israel?
No idea. I imagine some. I think the government of Israel is often frustrated with AIPAC because AIPAC's not nearly strong enough.
Do you think there's any coordination between the government of Israel and AIPAC?
Do they talk? Sure. If you're lobbying for more U.S.-Mexico trade, would you talk to people in the U.S. and Mexico and the government?
God damn it. That's that fucking Japan Osama bin Laden shit he's doing again. Yes, you would talk to Mexico. And the organization in Mexico you're talking to would have to register as a foreign fucking agent. God damn it. Nobody's saying you can't talk to AIPAC. Nobody's saying we shouldn't even side with Israel in most of this stuff. God damn it, we just want them to be treated the same as everybody else. That's it. Because when you don't treat them like everybody else, people like me start to worry about the sovereignty of my country. I'm allowed to have a country. I'm allowed to be a patriot. I'm allowed to love where I live and want to take care of where I live first. And this fucking gaslighting horseshit that because I want to take care of things in my country and not do things to the detriment of my country for the benefit of another one, that I'm somehow an ism or I'm somehow a bad guy. Horseshit. Donald Trump was elected on what I believe, not on AIPAC or Ted Cruz.
Sure,
So I'm not mad about that. There are a million countries that lobby Washington.
Right.
I like a lot of those countries, including Israel.
But AIPAC are Americans. They're not Israelis.
Hold on. There are tons of Americans who lobby on behalf of foreign governments. I know them. I'm related to some of them. I know how it works. I'm from here. So my question is not, is it outrageous that foreign governments lobby the United States? They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening?
Right.
You're denying it, but it's true.
Yeah,
and
but
why
because what you're saying is false.
Why aren't they registered as a foreign lobby?
Because they're not.
Because Mossad helped blow Kennedy's fucking head off in '63. That's why. That's funny. The JFK files come out, and it shows a clear link between the CIA and Mossad and the Israeli government on taking care of the Kennedy issue. And yet in this same speech, Ted Cruz goes, well, we have to go after Iran. They tried to kill our president, which I don't know if that's true or not. But we have documentation that back in the 60s, the CIA and Mossad talked about how they needed to take care of the Kennedy problem. But I guess if you're Muslim, it only counts if you're Muslim and you want to kill our president, I suppose. So that AIPAC clip really made my fucking blood boil, because it's this cudgel that these assholes who want to go to war all the time, like Ben Shapiro, like Ted Cruz, it's the cudgel they use against you. It's the gaslight they use against you. And I wish that we could all be as cool under fire as Tucker Carlson is. I really do. But I get so fucking mad because my entire adult life, we've been starting shit with people. And I'd like to know a couple of years in my life where we're not fucking with people. And I'm sorry, when I see us fucking with people, there's seems to be a common denominator. And with this AIPAC thing, fucking lobby the United States government. I don't give a shit. But I just don't like the special treatment. Let's go to some of these people. Let's go into the chat a little bit, and then we've got more of these clips. First thing I see about Ted Cruz, he's a gay bitch. That's the first one. Unpleasant Alex says, to be fair, I've been called isms for being anti-Ukraine. Deutsch Chad writes, what the fuck, Aaron? You don't hate Jews? I'm out. It's so gross that when you ask for equality and you ask for patriotism, that people will try to gaslight you into going, you're anti-Semitic. It's fucking bullshit. McBusted, what are the other privately funded PACs run by American citizens that have filed as foreign lobbying groups? What are the other privately funded PACs run by American citizens? You're being a little cute with the language there, because AIPAC has a lot of dual citizens advocating for it. And to me, that's a problem too, because that's dual loyalties. Dude, I don't care where you're from. If you're lobbying for another government, you need to register as a foreign agent. I don't care if you were born and raised in Texas. If you get hired by an organization that advocates for Romania, you should have to register as a foreign agent. I don't care if they're all from Bedford. You gotta register as a foreign agent, period. Unpleasant Alex says, Cruz ruined any reputation he had. I'm on Tucker's side of this debate. I could have argued Cruz's position and at least stalemated Tucker. Just majority on Cruz's side are low IQ and can't debate. Dude, Ted Cruz would not have lost the point if he would have admitted that AIPAC is a foreign agent. There's nothing wrong with him going, AIPAC is a foreign agent. I just happen to believe in a lot of their positions. I agree that strong ties between the United States and Israel benefits our country, and that if AIPAC registered as a foreign agent, that would be fine with me. I'd still take their money. I would still fight for them. That would be fine. But he gets so nervous about the AIPAC thing, and that is a classic where there's smoke, there's fire kind of a deal. A lot of this stuff is saying a lot of the same thing. Lander says more than Jews live in Israel. Well, I mean, that's true, but it is, you have to respect that they are a Jewish state. I think that's, non-Jewish Arabs live in Israel, but you should respect that it is a Jewish state. Hobo Chili says Israel uses women as honeypots for enlistment of foreign recruits. I don't know anything about that. It's maybe something I should read up on. I'm going through some of these because some of the chats that are written in Rumble don't play well over on YouTube. Doggo Doesn't Die says, we're not saying you can't support AIPAC. We're not even saying you can't support AIPAC in town. We're just saying you can't support AIPAC in town without registering as a foreign agent. That's all. McBuster says Tucker and Cruz are both two rhino gay F words. This is like watching Whoopi and Joy Behar argue. Wow. So we got Tucker Carlson being called a rhino. I like Tucker. I think Tucker's very principled. I do. Tucker breaks from, the common opinion quite a bit. Dinkelman says, if you like Jews, your ancestors will not be happy with you. Dude, being German does not mean you hate Jewish people. That guy was fucking Austrian. Like Gunther, Ring General. Nova says, Aaron wearing a shirt with sprinkles now. These are not sprinkles. They're like, they kind of look like dumbbells or bow ties, kind of. But my shirt does not have sprinkles on it. Nova. Making speech free again says, wow, he really does say, let's go to so much. No, we're not going to say let's go to anymore. We're going to start a jar. Papa Shab says, Aaron, his ass would be grass if he did that. He would never get reelected. If he admits that AIPAC's a foreign agent, what's wrong with just having the truth? What's wrong with just putting it out there? Again, it's weird. The only reason conspiracy theories exist is because when you ask people questions, they don't give you straight answers, and we would like to know what's going on. So we go, that's weird that they're not giving me a straight answer on this. I wonder what's going on. That's how conspiracy theories get born. Rational Redhead says Ted Cruz is a national debate champion and was editor of Harvard Law Review. He isn't low IQ. Well, here's the problem. This happens with a lot of really smart people when they have to take a debate position that they don't agree with or they don't believe in. They hem and haw a lot. Because when you're speaking from the heart, notice Tucker, he's just saying what he feels. So he can just boom, 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 rattle off all his points. Ted Cruz has to remember talking points, and he has to worry about who he's pissing off when he answers these questions. Making speech free again says, look at Toe. He's obviously not part of the master race. Don't you remember when Nietzsche said that the Superman, the Ubermensch is got tits? You don't remember that? Dinkelman says, good wrestling poll, Aaron. Oh, my God, my kids hate that I like Gunther. And they hate that I won't say Gunther. I said, no, you honor your heritage. He's Gunther. Ring General. They like Jey Uso. Like, Jey Uso's for little kids. And they're like, Dad, we are little kids. I'm sorry, I forgot. I treat them like they're my adult wrestling fan talking buddies, you know? I don't have any of those because a lot of people think wrestling's fucking gay. But my kids like Jey Uso. I like Gunther. I hate that they brought back Goldberg, by the way, not because he's Jewish. I hate that I was a huge Goldberg fan back in the day, but he's 57 years old. Don't put Gunther in there with Goldberg because in the storyline, if Gunther beats Goldberg, he just beats some old fucking guy. If he loses, he lost to an old fucking guy. You know, you got to feed him like strong guys to beat. They're going to twist that and make it gay somehow. Hobo Chili Recipe says, oh, sorry, we can all agree on that. Ever since watching the show, I think we've all become fans of boobs. Aaron is the biggest dick tease. Ryan the Garbage Man, he also says, wait, go back, like he actually has a producer in an imaginary control room. All right, could we not reveal all of my crutches, please? And don't make a Johnny joke from that. Dinkelman says, adults like Stephanie Vauquer. Oh, yes, they do. My two favorites, though, are Alexa Bliss and Liv Morgan. Those are my girls. I was so sad to see Liv Morgan got hurt. So sad. I hope she's okay. I really do. I saw a would you rather thing on Twitter the other day. It's like, would you rather be trained by Alexa Bliss or Liv Morgan? My fucking head exploded. I actually got a cerebral hemorrhage. I had to go to the hospital. Couldn't make a decision. Nova says 40-year-old men watching wrestling are life losers. Oh, shit. I didn't know that. I wasn't aware. McBusted says, please clip feed him strong guys. No, we don't need to. We don't know. We don't need to do that. Approachable says, don't worry, Aaron. We're okay with you using crutches. It's got to be hard holding up that extra chin meat. All right, look. We're 185 away from today's goal. I'll take a lot of shit when we're closer to 100. All right? Way too many free shots getting taken today. I got to be real with you. Way too many free shots getting taken today in the chat. Gift some memberships, throw in some Rumble rants, some super chats, what have you. And let's call it another win for the toe. It's our last goal of what's been basically a no-goal week. Thank you so much. Did you see Sam Hyde went on that Brad Martin podcast? No, I didn't, but I did see that Shane Gillis and Joe Rogan were talking about Sam Hyde, and they were talking about Fish Tank. I didn't know that Shane Gillis was squeamish about Fish Tank. I think, who was it? Ari Shaffir was saying, oh, man, isn't Fish Tank great? And Shane Gillis was like, I can't endorse that. No, I can't endorse. I guess it's because, I mean, if you think about it, it really is, I mean, they're kind of just bullying mentally ill people, I guess. So I can see where maybe he would be a little skittish on that. Plankton with $1 says the problem is if they register as a foreign agent, they can't donate to individual campaigns or politicians. Therefore, they would lose influence. Yeah, but can't you give to other PACs and then they can donate on your behalf? Like, you can set up shells. I guess at that point, why not just keep AIPAC the way it is? Los Federales says Aaron wears golf shirts on stream like those chicks that go grocery shopping in workout gear, but have never stopped inside a gym. I go golfing all the time. Just because I suck doesn't mean I don't go. Thank you very much. All right, guys, 185 away from today. As I said before, throw in a couple of bucks. Let's notch a win for the toe today. It's our final goal of the week. I'm always skittish about that final goal of the week, but we usually need to be under 200 by 8:30, and so we're well ahead. I appreciate that, but I like staying ahead. Let's go. I almost did it. Another Ted Cruz, Tucker Carlson debate clip. By the way, Rumble numbers looking aces. Twitter numbers looking aces. YouTube numbers way down today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow.
Do you think that it's just interesting because what you're now describing in a very defensive way, I will say, is foreign influence over our politics?
No.
And you began, and it's so transparently obvious to everybody. I don't know why you would be embarrassed of it. You've said that you are sincerely for Israel. I believe you. I don't think you have some weird agenda. You seem to be sincere.
By the way,
that's exactly. Thank you, Tucker. That is my exact position. My exact position is, dude, why do you guys got to trick us? Be who you are. You're Australian. Be Australian. You're pro-Israel. Just say you're pro-Israel. Say you want to back Israel in everything they do. There's a reason you get shitloads of AIPAC money, dude. They like you. That's okay. We're allowed to disagree on shit. You guys will fight Democrats tooth and nail about the budget, about taxes, about abortion, about all this other stuff. And you will proudly claim, I'm pro-life, I'm pro-life, I'm pro-life. But if we go, hey, you're pro doing what Israel wants us to do. You guys go, oh, well, no, it's about Japan and Pearl Harbor, and it's about bin Laden. And we're not going to be mad at you. We're going to disagree with you. We're going to say we don't feel that we should put foreign governments, I don't care which foreign government it is, above our own sovereignty. But we're not going to be mad at you or run you through the streets for just stating your position. Why are you ashamed of your own position?
Tucker, it's a very...
It's like not being able to admit you like Nickelback. They made good songs. Just say you like Nickelback. You don't have to join in on everybody's pile-on.
Weird thing. The obsession with Israel. When we're talking about foreign countries...
It's hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese. You're not talking about Japanese. You're not talking about the Brits. You're not talking about the French. The question, what about the Jews? What about the Jews?
That's because we don't go to war on behalf of the French. Oh, the French wars are the best wars. It's just such gaslighty bullshit. No, you don't talk about France. You don't talk about... Right, they're not leading us by the nose into wars. France isn't like, bro, we're rolling into Morocco. You coming? And we're like, fuck yeah, fuck Morocco in the ass. No.
Oh, like I'm an anti-Semite now.
Senator, you're asking the question, Tucker. You're asking, why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
that's what you...
Whoa, this is what I'm talking about. We're sitting there going, isn't doing Israel's bidding instead of doing what's best for America, which sometimes conflict, isn't that kind of problematic if you're going to be America first? Oh, well, now you're saying Israel controls our foreign policy. No. That's not what I said. I'm saying, why are people like you okay with letting them control our foreign policy? Oh, man, that is fucking obnoxious.
You just asked.
Hardly saying that. And I have
That is exactly what you just said.
Well, actually, I can speak for myself
Good.
and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but of my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than be honorable enough to say it right to my face, you are...
Well, he has to look at that fucking herp on your lip, Tuck, which again, brave, #brave.
A sleazy feline way implying it, or just asking questions about the Jews. I'm not asking questions about the Jews. There's nothing to do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with the foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy? That's not about the Jews.
That's not about the Jews. It's about fucking Israel. It's about another country leading us around by the dick into wars that we shouldn't be involved in. Okay, I'm getting tired of that too. Israel gets to be a Jewish country when they want to use it as a cudgel, and then when they don't need to use it as a cudgel, well, we're just a country fighting for our safety. So if I want to join Israel in a war that I think is just, it has nothing to do with Jewish or anything like that. But the minute I don't want to, and I don't think it's in America's best interest, now it's because they're a Jewish country. God. It's just all so gross and dishonest and deceptive. I fucking hate it.
You said, I'm asking you...
And by the way, you're the one that just called me, I think, a sleazy feline. So let's be clear.
Sleazy.
You're being a sleazy feline. That's another weird thing. Why do you equate that with Judaism? That's kind of weird. He just called you a sleazy feline. That doesn't have anything to do with Jewish. What the fuck, dude?
To imply that I'm an anti-Semite, which you just did.
No, I just said, why is that the only question you're asking? You answer it. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
Because that's the country we're going to war for. If this was the Falkland Islands, I'd be talking about the British, but it's fucking not. God damn it. If this was the Korean War, I'd be talking about South Korea. If it was the Vietnam War, I'd be talking about South Korea. We're not, so I'm not.
In no sense obsessed with Israel. We are on the brink of war with Iran, and so these are valid questions.
Yes. But you're not asking about Iran or the
If I can
Ayatollah.
finish, you asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel.
Yep.
3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress, you elucidated one of your main goals, which is to defend Israel.
Yes.
He did. He said, I want to be the most pro-Israel senator. But you're right. Those of us wondering why we're going to war for another country, we're the ones obsessed.
And I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's my position. That does not make me an anti-Semite. And shame on you for suggesting otherwise. And I mean...
Yeah. Good for Tucker. Look, I'm proud of where my ancestors come from. I'm proud my ancestors come from Germany. I don't give a fuck what Germany wants to do foreign policy-wise. They can go do their own thing. I'm not going to join them unless it's in my country's best interests. Hey, love for the old country. Glad I came from there. Fuck you and your hairlines, but you guys do what you want to do. I'm an American. God damn it. I live in America. Son of a bitch. Nickelback is a shitty band. The guy is an emo fag reject. We're not gonna sit. We're not gonna sit here and shit on Nickelback just because we think it's gonna buy us cool points. Nickelback made good songs. There's no reason for the Nickelback hatred. It's not necessary. Dysrhythmia, don't want too much attention on France. Everyone might find out about Macron's daddy husband. Oh yeah, I forgot about the theory that Macron's wife has a dick. Nova, Statue of Liberty calls Aaron a lying retard. Oh, why would it do that? Oh, the French. Oh, the French. They make the best. Thanks for making it out of copper, you fucking assholes, so it would turn green. McBuster, we need a giant state puffed marshmallow man to go to the Middle East and piss all over their cities. It's one way to handle it, I guess. You ever seen a 60-foot marshmallow man piss fluff all over everything? I wonder how much damage it would do. Making speech free again with a great point. Says Tucker serving up a masterclass in staying calm. Accurate. Doggo doesn't die. I used to like Ted until about 10 years ago. I liked Ted Cruz when he first came around. Ted Cruz came around in a time of like really encouraging politicians. There was Scott Walker from Wisconsin, Chris Christie in New Jersey, and Ted Cruz in Texas. You're like, these guys are awesome. And then slowly over time, they all changed. Maybe it was Chris Christie's gravitational pull. I'm not really sure. Chevy fan says Tucker would be in trouble if Ted knew how to throw a punch. That smarmy attitude that Tucker has it can get to you. That's for sure. McBuster says they're going to start pulling each other's hair. McBusted, if you were this passionate about anything else in your life, you'd be a millionaire. Oh, I'm passionate about lots of shit. We're working on the millionaire thing. I got to stop fucking up. Professor Tie-Dye with $5 says, let's rally up and be nicer to Aaron. Thank you. Wow, that's so nice. Thank you for the $5, Professor Tie-Dye. And we should rally up. And we should be nicer to Aaron. Let's finish his comment. Like guys who wear bowling shirts, he knows he's an obese middle-ager trying to relive sports glory days and deny he's a cream pie who likes gay music. We're 180 away from today's goal. I appreciate all of your contributions, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Thank you very much for your generosity. Fuck you. That didn't hurt my feelings. That hurt your feelings. You're all pissy and emotional and full of self-doubt. Fucking dick. Somebody, too, Aaron's so proud of his ancestors, he wants to make ovens great again. Ovens are only for pizzas, my man. Only for pizzas. You talk about Korea in the Vietnam War? No, I said did I fuck that up? I talked to South Vietnam about the Vietnam War. I wouldn't really give a shit what Korea says. Papa Shab, we are a colony and we're at the stage where they must pay fealty to the people who allow them to administrate in their stead. And they all bow down. We don't have to. What Israel does in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip and Iran is very uniquely an Israeli situation. If you're another country, it doesn't really make sense for you to be involved because it is so Israeli. It's I don't even think America should tell Israel what to do in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. If anything, I'd like Israel to be completely autonomous and they can do whatever they'd like. If they want to flatten Gaza, if they want to move nothing but Israelis into the West Bank and Gaza Strip, fucking go for it. Sure, I'd like to be able to treat them like everybody else. Wildcard gifting a membership. Thank you very much, Wildcard. I appreciate that. Pass along those memberships and those gifted memberships. We appreciate them. 175 away from today. Thank you, guys. Keep it coming. Ted is Canadian. Never forget that we sent him down as a Trojan horse. Oh, that's right, Nova, you rotten bastards. Chevy fan says, Ted is about to yell, you hurt someone I was in love with, you bitch. $1 from Los Federales. He says, hey, coach, quick golf question. Is sand trap sand just beach sand or some special type of sand? Also, can you explain why you call Middle Eastern trannies sand traps? No, I don't. That second one I don't do. The first one, I don't know if it's a special kind of sand. I do know you should be chipping out of sand traps. You know, a lot of people take that long stance in the sand trap and they try to blast the ball out of there. Stand next to the ball. Just chip it out of the sand trap. Don't touch the sand. Approachable with $1 says this show's donations are like Aaron's hairline. One end of the show, the donations are high. In the middle, they drop way down. And towards the other end of the show, it goes back up again. Hurtful as shit. Hurtful as shit. Be honest with you. Really fucking stings, man. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Nova, you're Canadian? Get fucked, you foreign devil. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Wise is awoken. Fucking Hobo Chili Recipe. The mask has been removed. He knows too much about old Nova. All right, guys, thank you very much for your contributions. 175 away from today's goal. Keep it going. Let's knock it down. We got a while before we're technically behind, but I'd just like to see this thing get taken care of nice and easy today. And while you're here, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Over 700 of you checking out the toe. I just want to work on that YouTube number. It's dismal today. It's fucking dismal. Everything else is up, which I appreciate, but I like that. I mean, Rumble is kicking YouTube's ass. Twitter's doing a great job today with a couple hundred hanging out, but we want to see that 3 number go to a 4 number over there on old YouTube. So hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. We have one last clip with Tucker and Ted Cruz. Let's do this last clip, and then we'll move on to other stuff. We've got a great show today. I'm very excited about it. This is our last real heavy, Israel-Iran international news thing.
And I see an unending string of foreign policy disasters that have impoverished and hurt our country.
Unending string.
Unending string. They would include Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and our inability to stop the Houthis, by the way, in Yemen, which exposes us as weak, and I grieve over that. So these are failures. You helped preside over some of them as a member of the Senate.
What failures, foreign policy failures, have I presided?
The exit in Afghanistan, Libya, where Muammar Gaddafi was sodomized to death in the street after he played ball. By the way, you want to know why Iran wants a nuke? They watched what happened to Gaddafi. Gaddafi got a nuke. By the way, kind of genius. Gaddafi got a nuke so he could bribe the West. Gaddafi developed nukes to get rid of his nukes. It's kind of smart. So he got this preferential treatment from the West. Well, guess what? As soon as there was an uprising against him, we bombed the fuck out of his country. He got overthrown and he was sodomized to death in the streets. So yeah, Iran saw that and they went, we might want to develop nuclear weapons.
I don't know.
Well, we were unable to beat Russia in the war that you supported against Russia. You've been spending the last 3 years telling us that Vladimir Putin is evil and we're going to beat him with other people's children, and 1 million of those kids are now dead. You've never apologized for that.
And here's where Tucker's a professional, because he didn't call him a fucking chicken hawk. And I think that's a professional courtesy. All these people think that Tucker's busting their balls and he's being an asshole. He's not. He's actually holding back and being quite professional. Because what is it when you use other people's children to fight your wars? You're a fucking chicken hawk. You didn't fight, but you're not even sending American soldiers to fight the war. You want to send sons of Ukraine to go fight this war that you rooted on against Russia. So you'll use another country's children and you'll cheer on the war. Yeah, you're a fucking chicken hawk.
By the way, look, the level of number of falsehoods you lay out just in one statement are rather.
You haven't supported the war against Russia?
Are rather stunning. So the war against Russia was caused, which I have explained at great detail.
Here we go.
By Joe Biden's weakness.
But you supported the war.
If you want to talk, we can talk Russia and Ukraine. I'm happy to talk about it.
Do you think that's been a success?
No, it's been an absolute disaster.
Okay, but you supported it. Shouldn't you apologize?
No, you should apologize. I'm not going to engage in the demanding of apologize. So
I'm like, that's my point. Is all these failures and no one ever says I'm sorry.
Right? Exactly. Nobody, like the Iraq fuck up. George W. Bush never went, oof, that one's on me. Even after he left office, and he could have. the Libya thing. Obama doesn't go, yeah, that's really none of our fucking business, wasn't it? Russia, Ukraine. Yeah, not really any of our fucking business, is it? Shouldn't have done that. And these guys get all offended. That's my least favorite part, is these dickheads go and send other people's kids to die, and they borrow a shitload of money at interest on our kids' dime. And then when we go, hey, you fucked that up and you stole a bunch of our money and you killed a bunch of kids, would you like to apologize to us? Because I feel like as a taxpayer, I'm the aggrieved party. I would like you to apologize to me. It would help. And he goes, I'm not going to sit here and listen to you demand an apology. We have to sit there and listen to you spew your horse shit.
You just throw out, like, if you want to talk, we can talk.
Okay. I do. I want to know why that seems like a true disaster for the United States.
Yeah. If you want to talk, we can talk. Okay, I want to talk about why you never apologize for your fuck-ups. Oh, well, we're not going to talk about that. Oh, okay. I mean, again, we kind of reached a stalemate here at this point. Lander says Netanyahu told us Iran was days away from a nuke before we had boots on the ground in Iraq. Dude, since 1992, Netanyahu's been telling us Iran's about to get a nuke. It's horse shit. Hobo Chili Recipe says Gaddafi wanted to unify Africa and destroy Western culture in the continent. He also wanted to unite Africa and take them off the petrodollar. He didn't want oil to be traded in dollars anymore. And that'll get you on our radar every time. Yeah, one of the best ways to become persona non grata in the West is to try and unionize Africa. Anyone who tries to unionize Africa, it never ends well for them for some reason. Sam Show, it used to be our politicians were worried some rando would take potshots at them for acting like this. Budman says he read my comment. I love when I make people happy by reading their comments. There are so many people like, you never read my stuff. Do you hate me? I'm like, no, I read the stuff that catches my eye. I miss 90% of the comments that come into this show. I grab the ones that catch my eye, and then we go to the next thing. So if I read yours, I'm glad that makes you happy. But by me not reading them, I'm not trying to make you unhappy, if that makes sense. Thank you very much to Rebecca for $5 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, Rebecca, for the $5. Rebecca's comment with that $5. Stop making fun of Aaron's hair. He's pretty and sexy. I am sexy. Thank you very much, Rebecca. And thank you for the $5. And yeah, you guys listen to Rebecca. She knows it all. My hair is sexy. It's got character. 170 away from today's goal. Keep going, guys. Keep chipping away. I appreciate your contributions. Very nice. Doggo doesn't die. Simple solution. Put money behind it, and I'll have to read. Yeah, I mean, if I'm not reading enough of your comments, you put dollar bills behind it. You've got my attention all fucking day, my friend. Another text coming in. Netanyahu is Polish and has been going after Iranian nukes from 1983. 1983. So it's longer than I thought. I hear that a lot, by the way. It's longer than I thought. Yeah, you get the idea. By the way, Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville. Tonight is bike night at Stoney's, and they're going to have Under the Hood as their food truck tonight. And check this out. Cheetos is going to sponsor a hole for the golf tournament. What a guy. What a guy. We've also, we had 1, 2, 3, 4 people, potentially 5 people sign up as hole sponsors. So those are filling up pretty quick. If you've got a business and you want to sponsor one of the holes at our golf tournament, it's $150. We'll give you 2 free passes into the tournament for that. Plus, we're making signage, and we're going to put your logo on that signage and put it out at the hole that you sponsor. And we're going to allow you to be out at that hole if you'd like to be, and put a little table up or something like that for a couple of hours. And thank you very much for your for your support of our event. If you're interested, send me an email, aaronimholtradio@gmail.com. That's aaronimholtradio@gmail.com. 170 away from today's goal. Keep it going, guys. We're looking to get to 100 in the next hour and a half. We appreciate it. All right, one more clip today. No more Tucker, no more Ted Cruz. Dave Smith is kind of, he's gotten a bit of he's raised the ire of the right wing. He's raised the ire of a lot of the pro-Israel right wing. So Dave Smith said recently, here's the clip. He was on Crystal Ball and that cigar, I can't remember his name, but he was on Crystal and Cigar. And he was talking about Donald Trump. And I'll agree. Look, I think Dave Smith did what a lot of libertarians do. And he said the most vitriolic, explosive, showy thing he could without thinking it through. He's like, Trump's talking about going to war with Iran. He should be impeached and removed from office. It's like, what kind of backwards ass logic is that? If we were doing that with presidents, we wouldn't have any presidents. So while I agree with Dave Smith and I'm on the same side as Dave on this Iran war shit, this was kind of embarrassing. And now Not the Bee is a big pro-Israel site. They're kind of more on the neocon side of things. They're fact checking old Dave. Although I will say this, Dave's most recent episode of Part of the Problem on Ben Shapiro, very, very good. Check it out.
It was in 2007 that the Pentagon told George W. Bush that we cannot go to war with Iran because we do not have escalation dominance against them, essentially meaning that they can hit all of our bases and embassies in the region, and we are very vulnerable to them. And
that's the thing. If we start bombing Iran, that's another thing we don't talk about. People are like, oh, what are they going to do? Like, do a 9/11? What are they going to hit us inside the United States? No, but they're going to fucking launch a shitload of missiles at our bases that are all over the Middle East, and they can hit every single one of them.
We've already seen demonstrated since the Israeli attack that the Iranian, the missiles that they sent last year toward Israel, as many of us guessed, that wasn't really their best. They were intentionally making an attack that wouldn't really hurt anybody, that wouldn't really lead to a war, which Iran has done over and over again. But now we've pushed them to the point where they probably don't feel that they have the option not to respond. And Donald Trump telling them to come back to the negotiating table now is a joke. Yeah. I mean, what a
yeah. Hey, while you're being bombed, while Israel is taking you out, why don't you come back and talk to us? Yeah, a little busy right now. I don't know. Sergeant Holka with $2 says, I'm behind. Nice Tombstone reference. Oh, thank you. I like it when people throw in a couple of attaboys when we have a nice line. Thank you, Sergeant Holka. 170 away from today.
Competent leader to be sitting there talking about coming back to the negotiating table. It's like sitting after Pearl Harbor and telling FDR, now's the time to go negotiate with the Japanese.
All right, you know what? Time out. I'm banning everyone from World War II references. It's got to stop. None of this is Hitler. None of this is World War II. None of this is the Japanese. See, I'm fair. I'm saying it to both sides. Stop with the goddamn Japan references and the Pearl Harbor references and the Nazi This isn't that. God, everyone wants to make everything World War II.
Negotiations are over now. The time for negotiations was before this. And so, yeah, Donald Trump looks, and man, I supported him this last year. I apologize for doing so. It was a bad calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one.
Why? You want Kamala? I don't get that. Like, I don't expect the people I vote for to agree with me 100% of the time. And I'm annoyed at Trump with the tariffs and the lack of trade agreements we've gotten. I'm annoyed with Trump at this Iran shit. But, I still want him to pull it off. I still want us to do well. And I still wouldn't have it any other way. I'd still rather have him in there than our other choice. I mean, look, if we had 6 choices that were feasible, then yeah, maybe we could say this. But he's going to have to get worse than Kamala would have been for me to regret voting for him.
But he should be impeached and removed for this one. Wow. And not on some not on some ridiculous Nancy Pelosi. Of course, the Congress will never do it because they're all a bunch of, corrupt hacks.
This is the one thing they support. This is
Donald Trump.
That's true. Like this, like going to war with Iran, you can't get these motherfuckers to agree on anything. But every time we want to go to war with a country, it's pretty bipartisan.
Should be impeached and removed for this. All of his supporters should turn on him. It's the absolute betrayal of everything that he ran and campaigned on and everything.
This is that libertarian white meat shit. This is why I kind of fell out of favor with libertarians, is everything is like now. Everything is immediate. Everything has no context. Everything has no run up. Everything has no backdrop to it. It's all just like right now. Going to war with Iran. He broke a promise. Impeach him. Throw him in jail. It's like libertarians try to ratchet up the rhetoric to 11 every time something happens. And to me, it's misplaced, I would say. Tolkien Studies says, I want more War of the Roses references. That's just... Tolkien Studies says, yeah, I'm sick of the World War II references too. I want more War of the Roses references. You know what I want, Tolkien Studies? I want more War of the Bucket references and Emu War references. Those are the references that these hacks won't make. King Kong Dong with $2 says, calling Aaron sexy is the same thing as telling the retarded kid he's smart. Oh, so you mean it's really nice and something decent human beings should do? Let your imagination take you where you want with that thought. Well, I'm taking it as a compliment. I'm saying it's nice that I'm retarded. So you're saying I'm the cute retarded kid. I mean, look, I can work with it. Another text coming in. You're not a libertarian anymore because you got tired of climbing back up into the treehouse. Yeah, I kept getting kicked out of the libertarian treehouse because I didn't think fucking legalizing heroin was rad. I really am an asshole. Corn Pop with $4.99 says, hey, Aaron, tell Rumble Chat I said they're a bunch of punks. Hey, Aaron, tell Rumble Chad I said they're a bunch of punks. I think you did a copy paste thing, buddy. But thank you, Corn Pop, for the $4.99. I appreciate it. And guys, Corn Pop says you're all a bunch of punks. I'll say this. YouTube numbers are in the shitter compared to Rumble numbers. I mean, they're beating Twitter a little bit. But, oh boy, I think that YouTube needs a few more thumbs up and a few more shares if you catch my drift. 160 away from today. Hey, guys, those $4.99s at a time, they add up. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We're moving in the right direction. And we're about can we hit 100 by 8:30? I like 100 by 8:30. I'm kind of excited. You guys are chipping away at this kind of the way I like you to. Just kind of nice and slow, a little bit at a time, but a constant stream of a little bit at a time. See, it doesn't take that much. Yankee says, you want some great retirement income, invest in the military industrial complex. No shit. I mean, that one really doesn't go bad until people start cutting people's heads off in the street. I mean, it really takes a violent revolution to get away from that one. So Miss Tay with $10 says, hi, Rumble Chat. Corn Pop doesn't mean it. Don't come for us. Sounds like reverse psychology. So Miss Tay says that Corn Pop is full of shit. That's the update we're getting. There's a bit of a civil war going on in YouTube right now. Corn Pop says the Rumble Chat's a bunch of punks. Miss Tay says she likes you. You know what? I think the YouTube chat should vote with their super chats and gifted memberships as to who's really telling it like it is. Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Hey, 145 away from today. Look what's going on over here. 100 by 8:30? I don't know. Maybe 100 by 8:30 if you're feeling a little cheeky. Corn Pop is a gay F word. Miss Tay is Jewish. She plays both sides, says Sam Show. YouTube is filled with incested, child-loving gay F words. I mean, well, just the Melton fans that we trigger on a goddamn daily basis. You know what? And by the way, we can talk about them like they're not here because none of this shit processes anyway.
don't think that I don't think it's a lot of fun knowing I can say a certain thing and then I can get them to go, but you. Guys, I'm going to tell you again for the 30th time. I'm deliberately provoking a response out of you. And now watch them keep doing it. Another win for the toe. So people are checking Dave Smith on his Trump claims. Now, I think this is fair of us, because I've been very critical of Trump on Iran. I said as a Trump voter, I feel like he's, kind of betrayed his campaign promises by saying that he's, we're gearing up for war with Iran. So I think it's only fair that we let the pro-war voices tell us that we're wrong and let them present their evidence that Donald Trump never said we won't go to war with Iran. Let's start with Michael Knowles, who creeps me the fuck out. He's on the Daily Wire. There's something weird about him. All these guys who look like kids but talk like dudes. Anybody who has to have a box of cigars next to them while they broadcast is overcompensating. I'd like to know what kind those are because they look good. Light wrappers, light-bodied. That's my shit. Maybe I should go to the golf course today and I should have a cigar. It's either that or the gym. I should be healthy. Fuck. Going camping with the kids. Going camping with the kids and the ex-wife tomorrow. That's a vibe, right? That's kind of weird. You're going camping with the kids and the ex-wife and the grandparents. Both sets of grandparents are going to be there. I'm going to be there with the kids. The ex-wife is going to be there. My cousins are going to be. It's going to be a fucking. I got to be honest with you. It's going to be weird. But I don't know. Maybe what do you do? What's the recipe for that? Drink? I don't know. I don't bring the karaoke machine. I'm not sure how you're supposed to handle that.
Trump, they pointed out, was elected on getting us out of wars in the Middle East.
Right. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
When did Trump...
Wait a minute. Whoa. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Now, as a voter, I hear him say that. That's a long jump to make between Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon and let's go bomb these fucking guys. There's a big difference between those two things. Somebody in the chat today said, Aaron, quit checking yourself out in the monitor. And I just caught myself doing it, and now I'm embarrassed. I know that probably 0.05% of the chat caught it, but now I saw someone say it. Because there are times where I look in the monitor and I'm like, all right, your chin's showing, you fat fuck. Just kind of there. Now you look good. Solid. Let the mic hide it, you fucking shameful pig. So I don't know, man. The Daily Wire is a very dishonest source. I don't like them. But Trump saying that we can't let Iran get a nuke is not the same as let's go to war. And by the way, our intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard even said, our national security advisor, she said that Iran's not developing a nuke and Iran's not close to developing a nuke. But then Netanyahu sticks with the same line he's been sticking with for 40 years that they're going to have one any day now. And now all of a sudden we can go to war. It just, the math ain't mathin', as they say.
Trump suggests that Iran was even on his mind.
Everybody, no nuclear weapons. You can't give them nuclear weapons.
It'd be one thing if
these dishonest fuckers, man, you're playing a second or two. I pause less than you do.
Trump had campaigned on stopping Iran's nuclear program.
Don't let Iran have nuclear weapons. That's my only thing I have to tell you today.
But
he didn't say, and if I find out they're trying, I'll bomb the living fuck out of them and we'll go to war. This is so dishonest. I feel so much better about my position after watching Michael Knowles try to talk me out of it because I don't have to be this fucking scummy in order to make my point.
Trump to just voice this policy on us completely out of the blue.
Including Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. That's all. They can't have nuclear weapons. It's too destructive, too powerful. They can't have it.
You're just playing a clip of him saying the same thing 5 times. That doesn't justify what we're doing right now. Because again, our intelligence services say they're not building a nuke. The only guy saying that they're building a nuke is the guy who's been saying they're building a nuke for the last 40 years.
Without any warning.
I just don't want him to have a nuclear weapon.
Well, it's a betrayal.
That's what the fuck, dude. This is so not cool.
Wouldn't you say? What else do you call it when you say one thing on the campaign trail?
They cannot have a nuclear weapon. That was the only thing. The one thing I said, you cannot have.
And another thing when you get into office.
You can't let Iran have nuclear weapons.
No, I don't want the U.S. to get bogged down in another war in the Middle East. I think many of the arguments regarding Iran are bogus, as I've said repeatedly on the show. But it also seems strange.
And that's the end of the clip. But like, what? You did, but you didn't do anything just there. You just played a clip of him saying the same thing 50 times. We can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Okay, now play me the clip of him saying it. If we find out they're making a nuclear weapon, we're going to bomb the living dog fuck out of them. That's not the same. Oh, Riding Dirty Llama, I should reiterate. Riding Dirty Llama says X like April. X. No. The mother of my children. X. The kid's mom. X. Not. Yeah. Oh, yeah, everyone would be real happy to see April there. Yeah. I think if she showed her face around Ashley and my family, she'd probably need security. Let's just say this. I said my sorries. I said my mea culpas for to my family for the position I put my children in, which is disgraceful and despicable, and I deserve every ounce of criticism for it. But she didn't. And she was the one actually doing drugs while the kids were around. So let's just say that maybe grandma, grandpa, and mama bear may not be so forgiving of that. So no, I don't think she would be welcome in those circles. Leah with $10 says, I hear there is a Rumble chat versus YouTube chat fight going on. All right, if it's Rumble versus YouTube, we're going to go from Corn Pop and Miss Tay to Leah. So it's now 15-10 in favor of YouTube. The YouTubers have it, $15 to $10 at the moment. Hey, we're at 135. That means we can still get to 100 by 8:30. Maybe. 135 away from today. I'm going to start keeping score. It sounds like war has been declared by YouTube and Rumble. We got YouTube. We got Rumble. I guess I can throw PayPal in there too. PayPal's at 10. No, PayPal's at more than 10. PayPal's at 5, 11.50, 16.50, 26.50. So actually, PayPal's winning. YouTube's at 15, Rumble's at 10, and this is since the war started. This isn't all day. YouTube's at 15, Rumble's at 10, PayPal's at 26. So you guys, it's a 3-pronged war, and we gotta see. We gotta see who's gonna win. 135 away from today's goal. Thank you guys so much for the generous contributions today. Okay, now I can put all this stuff to bed. I promise. I'm sorry. I said a couple clips ago that it was going to be the end. It's not. I apologize. Donald Trump responded to the Tucker Carlson criticism of his foreign policy. Now, I'm going to go ahead and call bullshit on this. Donald Trump is claiming that Tucker Carlson called him to apologize. I ain't buying it, and I'm going to need to hear that from Tucker.
Have you seen the Tucker Carlson and Senator Ted Cruz interview? It seems like this issue on whether or not the United States should strike is kind of dividing a lot of your supporters.
He's looking old, by the way. I mean, I know he is old. He's pushing 80, so that's understandable, but he's fucking old. That's it. They always do. The presidents always look old as shit when they're making these war decisions.
No, my supporters are for me. My supporters are America first. They make America great again. My supporters don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon. Tucker's a nice guy. He called and apologized the other day because he thought he said things that were a little bit too strong, and I appreciated that. And Ted Cruz is a nice guy. I mean, he's been with me for a long time. I'd say once the race...
You called Ted Cruz's wife a dog at a debate. Ted Cruz is great as long as Ted Cruz agrees with me. He's a good guy. Do you remember when he called Ted Cruz's wife ugly? God, some of these guys, they bow down to Trump. And Teddy bowed down to Trump like 7-8 years ago. But like some of these guys, they just bow down to Trump in the most embarrassing ways. You know what? I'm going to give Jeb Bush credit. Jeb Bush hated this motherfucker in the beginning. Trump made fun of his wife. He hated him even more after that, and Jeb Bush still fucking hates him. Donald Trump was like, Ted Cruz's wife is ugly. And Ted Cruz was like, I think he should be president, sir.
It was over. He's been with me ever since, right? But
and his wife's still a dog.
Very simple. If they think that it's okay for Iran to...
Every time I know that I'm going to see Ted Cruz's wife, I carry bacon strips in my pocket, and I give her treats.
Have a nuclear weapon?
I tell them that it's bacon. She's stupid. She doesn't know.
Then they should oppose me, but nobody thinks it's okay. People that don't want... I don't want to fight either. I'm not looking to fight. But if
okay, cool. Don't. Listen to your national intelligence services. Listen to your national security advisors when they say Iran's not getting a nuke. There's no Iran nuke. And then don't. Israel wants the Ayatollah overthrown because it will cripple Hezbollah and it will cripple Hamas. I understand why Israel wants to attack Iran. It makes sense for Israel. It's a smart move for Israel to decapitate the power structure in Iran. It essentially eliminates the financial and military support that the terrorists fighting Israel have. And I wish them Godspeed. But that's not my fight.
Between fighting and them having a nuclear weapon, you have to do what you have to do. Maybe we won't have to fight. Don't forget, we haven't been fighting. We add a certain amount of genius to everything, but we haven't been fighting.
Yeah, did Tucker apologize? Maybe he might have said like, hey, I called you a rotten goat fucker, and that was a bit rich. I'm sorry for calling you a rotten goat fucker. Everything else, I totally meant it. That's a little different. King Kong Dong with $1 from Rumble says YouTube is a bunch of incested, melting, child-loving gay F words. Hey, man, I draw a crowd. I'm that fucking good. They can't stay away. They don't realize they could hurt the toe a lot by just staying away, but they can't. That's the hold I have on them. They can't. They have no idea. It is really embarrassing that the guy that you think is Hitler could fight your war better than you can. I could defeat me better than you can. You help me. And I would never want to see you go. I love you too much. 135. That's not what we're trying to... Gotcha again. All right, so now it's 15-11 YouTube over Rumble, but PayPal still the dog at 26. 135 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. I'm being greedy, and I want to get to 100 by 8:30. It's not looking great right now at 8:26. We usually want to be at 100 by 9:30, but... like I said, I'm getting greedy. All right, Corn Pop with $4.99 says steel toe on Tim Pool would be fun. Johnny plus wheels up Johnny. Thank you, Corn Pop. I appreciate that. That's another $5 for YouTube. $5 from Leah says Rumble Rants should count for more since you get a bigger cut. Oh, wait a minute. While the show only takes 70 from YouTube, 80 from Rumble, we count all 5, since it's your donation, towards your guys' total. So, I mean, you guys should get credit for that. I can only knock the goal down by as much as we receive. But as far as like the donation total, we put the whole thing in there. So those two offset each other. YouTube is now at 20. Rumble's now at 16. PayPal is now being threatened, their lead at least. 130 away from today. Uh-oh. We can still maybe get to 100 by 8:30. My greedy ass. My greedy ass. Hey, Rumble, you know what really jacks up that total and fucks with the YouTubers? Those gifted memberships. Boy, do we love those gifted memberships. Okay, let's make fun of Whoopi Goldberg. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a View segment on the toe today. My restream count showing about 800 of you checking out the toe right now. I appreciate that. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Even with YouTube bringing up the rear, it looks like Rumble, Twitter, even kicking Facebook up today. YouTube's kind of my child I want to see do the best, but I guess viewers are viewers, right? Viewers are viewers. Oh my goodness, somebody give Miss Tay a Hulkster drop.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Riding Dirty Llama says, so the most profitable dono is sending cash in the mail. I suppose. Miss Tay gifting 5 memberships. Oh my God. That's going to put us down to 105 away from today's goal. And Rumble has now taken a commanding lead over YouTube and PayPal. $41 for Rumble, $20 for YouTube, $26 for PayPal, and 105 with 2 minutes left to go until 8:30. We're 105 away from today's goal. You guys almost did get us to 100 by 8 o'clock. Thanks, kids. So we got a view clip today. Who doesn't love view clips? View clips are the absolute best. They're aces. They're my favorite thing in the world. Whoopi Goldberg yesterday on The View. And I'm so glad I'm not making this up. I'm so glad this exists. Whoopi Goldberg posited the idea on The View yesterday that Iran would be a better place for black people than the United States of America. What in the name of George Floyd is going on here? I know one black person America's better than Iran for. RuPaul. RuPaul would not do well. Tyler Perry with his text messages would not do very well in Iran.
And it's slow.
But let's just remember, too, the Iranians literally throw gay people off of buildings. They don't adhere to basic human rights.
Listen, here's the thing. Let's not do that because
no shit. Hey, Whoopi, Iran throws gay people off of buildings. All right, look, but let's take that off the table. Whoopi Goldberg with some real hot takes today. Whoopi saying, hey, they go, hey, Whoopi, Iran throws gay people off of buildings. Well, let's not do that. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad she said that because I was starting to get the vibe that Whoopi was pro throwing Whoopi would never be pro throwing LGBTQ people off of buildings. Who would have ever watched Sister Act?
Because if we start with that, we have been known in this country to tie gay folks to the car.
No. Wait a minute. Fuck that. I hate when people do that. Yes, hate groups and hateful individuals have done terrible things to gay people in this country. Yes. What we're talking about in Iran is government-sanctioned execution as a matter of public policy to execute LGBTQ people. Do not play. She just told Alyssa Griffin, let's not do that. Let's not play that game. Well, then let's not play that game. Because the game you're playing is shitty people doing shitty things that are crimes, by the way, and that people go to prison for. In Iran, it is the state-sanctioned execution of LGBTQ people. It's a little different.
I'm sorry, but where the Iranian regime is today, is nothing compared to the United States.
Hanging black people. So
it is not even the same. I couldn't step during this.
Again, the Ku Klux Klan, the militant wing of the Democratic Party, did lynch black people. And that's a terrible thing. And that is a shameful time in our country's history 150 fucking years ago. Whereas in Iran, today, state-sanctioned execution of LGBTQ people. Stop this. Stop with the false equivalency that these places are the same as America. They're not. Have a little pride in the country you live in. Are we perfect? No. We fuck up a lot. But we are head and shoulders above most every country in the world. Are we the best? I don't know. I think we are. I think a lot of these countries that maybe have us on certain issues, we're way ahead of them on other, like freedom of speech. You know, the government doesn't drag you away for expressing an opinion about immigration on Facebook in the United States. So we've got it over the UK on that one. But don't do that shit where you try to find things or exaggerate things that are wrong with America from like 100 years ago to try and make us the same as a backwoods, backwater country. I hate that shit. There's plenty of shit to criticize America about, but don't act like we're Iran.
Not what you mean to say. It is the same.
No, it's not. The year 2025 in the United States is nothing like if I step foot wearing this outfit in Toronto.
Killed for I'm sorry.
Well, they wear like listen, I can't have my hair showing. I can't wear a skirt. I can't have my arms out.
I'm telling you,
I can't show off these beautiful titties in this nice, moose in my caboose. I get it. You're saying that I couldn't show off my badonkadonk in Tehran, baby. Yes, Whoopi, that's what we're saying. You're saying that my girl Michelle Obama can't have her dick out in Iran.
I literally said it was up to the Iranian people.
Yes,
it is up to them.
And that's why I am saying that it is the same. Murdering someone for their difference is not good, whoever does it.
Hot take. Hot take. Hot take, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, Whoopi Goldberg, murder is bad. Even like if they wanted to use the Matthew Shepard example, which again was guys who got arrested, got punished for breaking the law. That was still, Matthew Shepard was what, pushing 30 years ago?
It's not good. So that's why I said you weren't saying what I heard was not what you meant.
I think it's very different to live in the United States in 2025 than it is to live in Iran.
Not if you're black.
Not for everybody.
Not if you're black. Oh, yeah, I bet you the Muslims in Iran they see black people and they go, oh, we're so glad you're here. They're just like, oh, man, welcome.
Not if you're black.
Guys, don't go to Tehran. Do not anyone at the table should go to Tehran.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, what if you're a black person and you actually believe in what Whoopi Goldberg says? I mean, first thing, you should get a fucking head-to-toe checkup. But, like, let's say a black person, as unlikely as this is to happen, let's just say for argument's sake, a black person decided, well, Whoopi Goldberg says Tehran is fine. As a black person, I'll just go over there doing my thing. Thanks a lot, Whoopi. That's going to go well.
I'll tell you about being in this country. This is the greatest country in the world.
Then it can't be the... I don't need to yell about this. It can't be the best country in the world, but Iran's better for black people. That doesn't... I mean, they'll kneel on your neck in Iran for no fucking reason.
But, yeah, I know that. And we all know that. But every day, we are worried. Do we have to be worried about our kids? Are our kids going to get shot because they're running through somebody's neighborhood? They're
What? Please show me the story where an innocent black child was shot for running through somebody's neighborhood. No. I'll wait for the links. God, people just get away with abject horseshit. Please show me the link where a black child was tra-la-laing through a white neighborhood and somebody just went, pull, and shot the kid. I would not love to see that link. That would be fucking tragic and terrible. But I got to call bullshit on this one.
They are not big deals, and I don't mean to say they're not big deals to you, because that's not what I meant.
And they are not doing well there either. They are not doing well in Iran. They are not educated. They cannot property. They cannot leave States.
I'm talking about here.
Nobody wants to diminish the very real problems we have in this country. That is no one's intent. But I think it's important we remember there are places much darker than this country and people who deserve rights.
Not everybody feels that way. Not everybody feels that way.
Yeah, people are allowed to be retarded in this country. You're probably not allowed to be retarded in Iran. I know you're not allowed to be retarded in Iceland. Like, oh, but some people don't feel like Iran's worse than the United States. Well, okay, then you know what? You're right, Whoopi. Let's send them. They can do some research.
That way. Listen, I'm sorry. You know, when you think about the fact that we got the vote.
This is what's fucked up. Like, Whoopi Goldberg's making me pro-war with Iran now. I hate this. I hate watching these clips because I'm like, okay, I think I actually want to bomb this place now. Or
1965.
Okay, they don't have free and fair elections in Iran. It's not even the same universe.
They can't go out of their house. The women.
You know what? There's no way I can make you understand.
Let me try.
No way you can make. No, we understand. I hate it when people do that. No. I understand your point. It's retarded. It's a shitty point.
It's like try to reverse roles with a black person in this country. Let's say, because I think that.
Oh, sorry. What you said? Try. I did. Scared the shit out of myself for a second. Oh my God. Oh, I don't ever want to do that. Sorry, Joy. I don't ever want to do that exercise again. Whew. That, I need a minute, guys. I tried to, whoa. That was a lot.
That's what you're talking about.
Yes.
Just try to understand from their point of view. From that point of view, this country does not do them well. Does not go for them.
I completely acknowledge that.
Right now, out of the same ass you're pulling this shit out of, name me a country that's better for black people. Go ahead. I'll wait. Name me a country where black people have more opportunities. Name me a country where people have more opportunities. Please. Again, I'll wait. You think we got 20 million illegal immigrants in this country by accident? Well, no, it was by design so the Democrats could get more votes. But you think that people, risk drowning in a river and, drowning on inner tubes and pushing their kids to safety so they can get to this country because it's a shitty place with no opportunity? Let me tell you something about people born in this country. We're fucking spoiled is what it is. We're spoiled rotten. They should have listened to Arnold Schwarzenegger when he was on their show the other day talking about how lucky we all are to be here. Immigrants get it. We're just fucking spoiled, and we're taught from a young age in our public school system to kind of hate the tenets of America.
And we shouldn't compare atrocities.
If you're talking about Iran, of course, is doing worse things, but relatively speaking, it feels bad.
Okay, but I think you know that Iran is significantly
I guess we're going to come back and talk.
I was in
we're going to
college
come
when
back and
that
talk more
revolution took
about
place.
this.
And I know what happened.
I mean, watching Joy try to defend that was painful too. Oh my God. Those women are brilliant. They're all very smart. They're all very intelligent. They're top of the line. They're nobody better. Leah with $1 says Miss Taze should count towards Rumble. She's not on YouTube. I know. I counted Miss Taze 5 gifted memberships towards Rumble. But the 10 that she gave us on YouTube, I gave to the YouTube end. So it's $41 Rumble, $26 PayPal, $20 YouTube right now. And we're 105 away from today's goal. We did not quite hit 100 by 8:30, but that's okay. So now we have 2 hours to just knock this thing down $5 or $10 at a time. I like that. 2 hours to knock out 105. Please do it. I appreciate it. You guys are the best. Bapa Shab says, I have more in common with an Iranian than I do a gay Jew in a bomb shelter. Oh, the bomb shelter video. That was. Ugh. Nova, I said, name a better country for black people. England, France, Canada. Out of those three, I would say Canada. Well, I don't even know about Canada. But not England. England's lost itself. England's done, man. England might be done. France, very mid. Nothing wrong with it. Totally fine. I don't think you have the opportunities in either of those countries that you have here if you're black. If you're really, and also if you're anyone. But Canada, maybe. I'll give you an argument on Canada. Doggo Doesn't Die says Remy should do another song called But Not If You're Black. To the tune of what? Hobo Chili says you shouldn't count Miss Tay because technically prostitution doesn't make you a citizen. What the fuck? Papa Shab says Haiti. No, you know what? I'm going to be honest. There might be more opportunity for all of us in Haiti because, like, if they'll let a guy named Barbecue run the place, we could form a nice brain trust and we could, who knows? We'd catch a pipe bomb up our ass day 3. Who am I kidding? All right, guys, I have a corporal punishment story for you. Look, I bring up these stories. I put these in the show prep because, in my opinion, these are terrible stories. These are remarkably offensive. These are bad, right? But I know that I am going to have a segment of my audience that will go, Aaron, you're a pussy. Aaron, this is totally fine. You should have saw how it was when I was a kid. Blah, 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 blah. Spare the rod, spoil the child. So this next story we have is a babysitter in the Bronx beat the shit out of somebody's kid with a belt. A couple of young boys. Now, I bring these stories up because I am typically genuinely interested in what my audience thinks of this kind of stuff. So let's go ahead and let this one run. You guys throw in a couple of bucks. We'll have a little debate.
The babysitter charged with assaulting 3 young boys in her care in the Bronx.
The family says 24-year-old Lakeisha Jackson was hired through a service provided by the city.
And that the abuse was captured on video from a camera set up in the family's home.
Eyewitness News anchor Joe Torres live in the Melrose section with our lead story here at 5. Joe?
Ricky the Dragon Steamboat looks good.
Yeah, Mike and Sade, from the Bronx Special Victims Unit to right here, the Bronx.
Sorry. Yo, I need to see that belt you were using on that kid. You beat the shit out of him. I forget that SVU actually exists. It's not a TV show. I thought that black girl beat the shit out of a couple of black princes. I'm pissed off.
Criminal Courthouse. Such was the travel day today for 24-year-old Lakeisha Jackson. Her attorney here at the courthouse told us that his client will plead not guilty to 4 counts of assault. But according to prosecutors, this was a babysitter that was hired to care for 3 children. And according to investigators, instead, she abused them.
Those children. The long arm of the law finally.
I'm waiting. By the way, Sean John, maybe not the brand to be wearing right now. I don't know if you watch the news, Miss Jackson, but I don't really know if you want to be wearing Sean John these days. It's I think it's what we would call a tainted brand.
Caught up with Lakeisha Jackson. After weeks on the run, police tracked down the 24-year-old former babysitter and arrested her on charges of assault and endangering the welfare of a child.
Drop him. Drop him.
Crimes captured, police say, on a home security camera. Jackson emerged from the Bronx Special Victims Unit this afternoon and said nothing to reporters as police whisked her away to an arraignment. The Bronx District Attorney issued an arrest warrant for Jackson following the release of the disturbing video. Investigators say the video shows Jackson using a belt to beat 3 children under her care.
Yeah, and look, you know me, I don't think you should strike a child if it's yours, if you're babysitting it. I just don't believe in putting hands on kids. It's assault. You shouldn't even assault adult people, but assaulting children, there's never a reason for it. Now, I understand. We always have this debate on the show when stories like this come up when it's parents doing it. When it's parents doing this to the kids, there's always a debate. People go, well, I got that kind of discipline, or, yeah, you don't know what the kid did. But are we going to agree on this one that babysitters do not have the authority to physically strike children, and if they do and the parents come home and find out, that babysitter better fucking run?
Ages 2, 4, and 6. A nest.
Oh, that's really fucked up, dude. 2, 4, and 6. Okay, so mine are 11, 8, and 6. And they all, okay, the 6-year-old, she knows better, but not my 6. I gotta say, my 6-year-old is an angel. She is a wonderful child. The other 2, hopeless. No, I'm just kidding. No, they're all smart kids and they're all great. But my 6-year-old she is an absolute sweetheart. But I also remember when my son was 6, and they can get into some stuff. They can create problems, and they know better. But 3 years old, 2 years old, all that stuff, they don't know better yet. You can't go hitting 4-year-old. Now, I don't think you should be hitting any children at all. But even if they're your kids and they're 3 and 4 years old, that's particularly shitty. Because I can't even give you a break on the 6-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 10-year-old, whatever. I'm really not going to give you a break on a 3. I'll listen to your argument on the 8-year-old, on the 10-year-old, whatever. I can't listen to your argument on the 3 or 4-year-old. I just can't. Like, even as my kids get older, like I have an 11-year-old daughter. I could never dream of laying hands on her. I could never dream of I mean, goddamn, I honestly, I think I'd drown myself if I ever put my hands on any of my children. It's such a troubling thought for me to consider. I feel like I would call my parents, or I would call their mother, and I would say, just come take them away from me and don't let me have them ever again. This is that's a truly disgusting. It troubles me to my core. And I understand that that's an extreme position to a lot of people. You don't have to endorse that. You don't have to sign off on it. You don't have to co-sign it. But if it's a babysitter, if it's a person who's not even blood related, and especially not the parent, this person should rot in a jail cell. Now, it's New York and nothing ever happens, but she should go to jail.
Camera inside the family apartment captured what happened in early May. A notice of claim filed by the family alleges the babysitter struck the children 58 times.
Okay, even if you were one of the few people, when I go into the chat here in a little bit, who are saying this is okay, it depends on what the kid did, can we agree that 58 is a bit rich?
The family also claims Jackson slammed one child into a bed and struck another with a hanger. The parents chose not to.
I mean, a little late for a hanger, but yeah.
To speak to the media today, but their attorney issued
this is how I got rid of all my kids.
A statement saying, our clients can rest easier now knowing that Miss Jackson is no longer on the street. We thank the NYPD for helping this family heal and for ensuring there will be accountability for Miss Jackson's actions.
I mean, you should have punched an old bitch on the subway. They don't put you in jail for that in New York. You can go hit whoever you want on the subway. That's, we learned that from the Jordan Neely case. You go on and you're just mentally ill and you forget your meds and start spitting on people down in the subway. There, catch and release. You're out the next day. $1 from Zenman Builds. He says, happy Juneteenth, y'all. I think he meant it. I'm going to scroll up into the chat. I'm going to see what you guys think about this one. I want to make sure I'm getting as many opinions as I can. Bapa Shab says, just throw her off her housing project and watch her head hit the concrete. Holy shit. She was abusing children, so I guess, I don't need to be so, oh my God, oh, clutch my pearls, oh my Lord. That is a little jarring to see in writing. Sam Show says, all right, blacks. Bapa Shab says, actual vacant stare. Yeah, she does have kind of she doesn't understand the gravity of what she did, or she just really doesn't give a shit and she's just cold. Kraken Slappin' says she looks unbothered. She really does. She looks like this is, whatever, processed, we'll figure it out. Q Anonymous says, think if you had been spanked, Aaron, then maybe you wouldn't have been I don't know. How do you know that I wouldn't have turned out worse if I would have got hit? Because it can always get worse. Rexdart parody account says only dad gets to wield the belt, possibly grandpa in an emergency. See, I don't even believe in hitting children with your bare hands. I mean, especially when we bring, tables, ladders, and chairs into it. I don't think that's a good idea either. I would like to see us grow into a society that doesn't need to do that. Yes, guys, choke slams. I'm against choke slams as well. 09 Canyon says, I had a couple of babysitters who had rulers and paddles for when we were really bad. I only knew of 2 kids getting paddles. See, there's a sadism in paddling a kid that I think goes a lot deeper than just discipline. There's something about wielding a heavy object and slamming that into it. Like, it's too violent for me to understand how you could do something like that. By the way, you know where the rule of thumb comes from? Comes from in the day, the rule of thumb was you could hit, was it a child or your spouse? You couldn't hit them with anything wider than your thumb. That was the rule of thumb. Fucking crazy rule. I'm just trying to get to the ones that aren't really fucking racist. Give Me Tip says she wouldn't have made it to court if that were my kids. That's the other thing. Like, when the parents get home, you know, if the kids tell you what happened while they're there, or, you know, usually a lot of those babysitter cameras you can check on your phone in real time. I don't know how she made it out of there. King Kong Dong says, I only swat in the butt if they're doing something life-threatening. As like a warning, as like a, hey, no, don't do that, like a panic. Like, some people kind of do a panic thing, and or like your kid's in the way of something that might hurt them. You might grab them by the arm and pull them over. I don't think that's abuse. I don't even, you know, I think that's more just like, that's like a panic, you're in danger, get out of the way kind of thing. Like, you have a friend and maybe, you know, something swinging towards their face. You might go, hey, man, get the fuck out of the way. I don't think you hit your friend. I think it's a little different, I believe. Nova says CPS should remove the kids from the parents for hiring a black babysitter. Zen Man Build says, my mom went open hand on us. Dad used a belt. Zen Man Build says the rule of thumb was for spouses. Okay, so it was a spouse thing. All right. Zen Man Build says, nice Boondock Saints deep cut, Aaron. Oh, no, I didn't get that from Boondock Saints. That's an actual thing. The rule of thumb is an actual crazy fucking thing we used to do. I believe in this country, it was a rule. Okay, kids. 105 away from today's goal. Let's put this last goal of the week to bed. It's been a goal-free week here on the toe. So let's put it to bed for the final time. We got a couple of good clips coming up here in this next hour. Ethan Klein still fucking kicking iDubbbz in the dick. I love it. We got Tectone talking about women. You know, this Tectone guy has gotten a lot of play recently because he's been in some controversies with Twitch and you know, some streaming stuff. You know, that Tectone guy is kind of like, who's the guy who just started doing kick? Asmongold. To me, Tectone is a lot like Asmongold, where when I first watched him, I'm like, this guy fucking sucks. This guy's awful. But then I've watched a couple of other Tectone clips. He's not the worst. He's okay. I still think Asmongold is better than he is. But he made a point about the way breakups and arguments and fights are treated with women compared to men, and like mental health and all that. And I thought he made a really good point. And we'll get to that and a bunch of other stuff here in just a little bit. But first, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Our buddies at Midland have an amazing selection of knives, optics, parts, and gear, the stuff you need for hunting, personal protection, carry, home protection, you name it, they've got it at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Use them. Call Derek and Tracy. Ask them the questions you have so they can direct you to the right product. Go to MidlandArmory.com, make your order, or visit them next week after the Foley Days parades and festivals in downtown Foley, Minnesota. But you can order right now at MidlandArmory.com. Again, that's MidlandArmory.com. And, of course, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. I'm trying to check something out real quick. If I need to do this thing for All Care real quick. Come on, get to the fucking thing, Aaron, you dipshit. Okay, no, I'm good. All right. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Whether it's motorcycles all the way up to heavy-duty equipment, when you go in the ditch, when you stall out, when you get a flat tire, something tragic happens with the vehicle and you need somebody. Nobody's there faster. Nobody's got your back like All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And remember, we talked about it a little earlier in the show. Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, has under the hood for their food truck tonight for Bike Night at Stoney's. And, of course, every weekend they have live music on the Fireball stage. Hey, it's going to be really hot out this weekend here in Minnesota, but, you know, head out on that patio for a little bit on Saturday. Enjoy some of the sun. Enjoy some of the heat. Enjoy Stoney's Garage, the indoor-outdoor bar at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. The rule of toe. Give your 10% tithings to the toe to be rewarded with good entertainment. I like that. How about a toe tithing? 10% for a toe tithing to get our 105 knocked down to 0. I saw something troubling. Are we going to have to admit that Bubba the Love Sponge was right? No. Okay. I'm still getting texts from people saying, "Uh-oh, man, Hulk Hogan's on his deathbed." They're still denying those rumors today. As of 2 hours ago, they were still denying those rumors because Bubba the Love Sponge said on his show, "Oh, man, I've been hearing from different sources, Lummy, that the Hulkster's on his deathbed. It's not going well, that he might not pull through. People are saying their goodbyes." And apparently that's not true. Hulk Hogan underwent neck surgery, successful neck surgery, and that the Hulkster's doing okay. Hulk Hogan's rep said the wrestling legend is not dying and there's no reason to panic. I mean, he's 71, but he seems all right. The 71-year-old Hall of Famer underwent neck surgery. The procedure was successful. Rumors about Hulk's health apparently started after YouTuber Bubba the Love Sponge said during a stream the wrestler was in the hospital and might not make it. I mean, I'll say this. It gets Bubba a little attention, right? Gets Bubba a little heat. That's the name. That's the name of the game. The name of the game is get Bubba the Love Sponge's name in the news, and he did that. And look, man, he's been a shock jock for decades, right? If you've been a shock jock for decades, it's kind of it's buried in your bones at this point. Let's go. Oh, sorry. I almost said let's go to. I'm trying to cut down. As soon as someone notices a crutch, I start working on it. Do you think that Bubba knew that Hulk Hogan isn't in trouble? And that Hulk Hogan wasn't having problems, and that Bubba still wants to kind of take digs at Hulk for the wife thing and the sex tape and the lawsuits and all of that? I wonder if he doesn't know better, but he just kind of wants to take those little digs at the Hulkster from time to time. That is fucked up, though, that he would report that without knowing. That's a shitty thing to report. Someone yesterday tried to write to me and say, Ski Mask isn't really dead and blah, blah, blah. It's like everybody close to Ski Mask says he died. Like, Ski Mask, rest in peace. But that really sucked that Ski Mask passed away yesterday. That really does suck. And, you know, people were saying fucked up shit about him, and some people were trying to make money off of Ski Mask's death. I mean, honestly, that's just, you're so interneted that you don't really have any redemption as a human being at that. And I'd rather have my audience be smaller than it could be, and I maintain my soul, and I just do my show for my audience that supports me, rather than be like, oh, man, yeah, that guy died. You know what a crazy thing to say would be? Fuck him, let's raise money. That's, I'm a shock jock, don't get me wrong. But there's shock jock, and then there's people that don't know how to do it, and they're just cunts, and they're just dorks trying way too hard to be edgy. That's kind of the saddest thing. But, hey, don't worry. They never doubt themselves. 105 away from today. Let's go ahead and finish that off. We got stuck at 105 at about 8:30, but man, were we on a run. I want one more of those runs, and I want to call it a perfect week for the toe. YouTube is at 20. Since we started the war, since Corn Pop declared war on the Rumble chat, Rumble is at $42. YouTube is at $20, and PayPal is at $26. So YouTube declared war on everybody, and now they're in third place in the war. Go figure. Knock it out. Win for the toe. Let's do it. Ethan Klein is announcing that he is not done with iDubbbz. And now some people might call that petty. I don't. I think it's great. Ethan Klein has really grown on me in the last couple of years. Like he's back to just being a mischievous, shitty, talk shit about people. Like, and iDubbbz has become such a cunt, such an asshole, that I am firmly on Team Klein on this one. Ethan's been doing so. iDubbbz came out of nowhere. He wanted to promote this failing boxing event, Creator Clash 3. So instead of like promoting the fighters, promoting that they're going to be good boxing matches, having some beefs and some fights to sell tickets, he instead brought back the Content Cop series. Now, the cool thing about Content Cop was he would just endlessly politically incorrect fucking rag on people. And it was really, really funny. Well, he did one on Ethan Klein, and it just kind of became like a mean-spirited, passive-aggressive, concern-trolling political hatchet job. And it backfired on iDubbbz badly, to the point where his Creator Clash event failed. People were dropping out. They had to postpone the event. He had to sell his stake in the company because they couldn't be associated with him anymore. Well, then Ethan smelled blood in the water, and he starts going after him. Dude, he brought iDubbbz's boxing trainer on his show, and the guy just mercilessly talked shit about Ethan and his wife, Anissa. He said, oh, yeah, Anissa had a crush on one of the fighters, and she would watch that fighter spar with Ethan and whoop his ass, and it would almost turn her on, basically. It's really fucking gross. I think what happened to iDubbbz is that he married the first chick who touched his penis, and that's always a mistake because you're just always you're overly simp. You're so inexperienced, and that woman's got it all over you, and she can manipulate you and, lead you around by the nose. Like, you got to get experience. You got to have a few breakups. You got, stop with this Disney idea that you're just going to find the one. There is no one. There's a bunch of people out there for you that you could make it work with. But you're going to raise the odds that you're going to make one work if you go through a few and you learn different things. Like each time you fuck up a relationship or someone else fucks up a relationship, you put that in your memory bank, you work on it next time. Now, some of us take a long time to figure it the fuck out. Some of us get married too soon. Some of us move too quickly, and then we work on that. But marrying the first chick that touches your cock was a disaster for iDubbbz. I mean, he's like a guy who's fallen into a bottomless pit. Like, he just can't stop falling. And now Ethan continues to just turn the heat up. Just continues to crank that knob. That sounded gay.
I have such a good idea for a show I'm going to do over the break. Ethan Klein channel. Oh, you guys are going to love this. Reacting to every old Content Cop. And I'll tell you why.
You get banned.
Well, I'm gonna censor the. I'm not gonna do the N-word.
Oh yeah, because he had the N-word, the gay F word. I mean, iDubbbz had it all on those Content Cops. I mean, the cunt word. He was all over the place with those
words and that F words and all that. I'll censor that part. But the reason is I was watching one of his old Content Cops, specifically the one about Jinx. And it's been, I don't know, a decade plus since I saw that video. And I was blown away by how fucking racist that video was. And like homophobic, dropping slurs like crazy. And
that's what made him funny. See, I just realized that, you know, some of us just like that immature shit because we understand the context it comes from. We know Ethan's not a Klansman. We know Ethan's not a racist, you know? But he's doing it to elicit a laugh. He's doing it for humor. And he's doing it in analyzing and breaking someone down. And it was very funny. And then he just turned on all that. He just betrayed it. Why? Because his lady said it wasn't nice. His lady, by the way, his wife, that Anissa, she is fit for a fucking straitjacket. I mean, that chick is nuts. She's got a humiliation fetish. She likes to humiliate whoever she's with. I mean, she is a fucking problem, that Anissa. An absolute problem. But at any rate, Ethan does not seem like he doesn't seem like he's going to loosen his death grip on iDubbbz anytime soon. Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says he literally grew on you. All the weight he lost, you found. That hurts. It's Wags. No, I didn't. I didn't get in any trouble. Basically, it was just people clipping shit out of context, sending it every day for the last year. If it was a big deal, they would have come and got me. Basically, my lawyer said, look, this is horse shit. We're contesting it. They can't take action until there's a hearing and we get to, be part of that hearing. They're not even having a hearing on it. It's going to be in sentencing. So, it's horse shit, but now at least we don't have to go fight it. It's just what it is they're like, well, we think you may have violated your conditions of release. And we're like, yeah, we think we didn't. And they're like, well, sentencing is the end of your release. Like, you're done with the conditional release at sentencing. So there's nothing we can really do to you because the conditional release is over. So I'm probably going to get a talking to, but they can't really take any action unless I get a hearing. And we have contested it. We said, this is bullshit. This is lawfare, whatever. Any other questions you have? Ask my attorney, Todd. He's fucking based. He's done a great job. And they just rolled it into sentencing. The deal's still there. Still looking at the same deal we made in the beginning. It's just, look, when you have a lot of people who hate your show and they are parasocial as all fuck, and you have people with vendettas, I think what this proved more than anything is what we've been saying this whole time. This was never about justice for some. This was about vengeance. This was about revenge. I handed them the ammunition, to, come after me. But this was always about vengeance. Talk to Todd. Let's go to this Tectone clip. So I've never been a big Tectone guy. I don't get the tech. He's like, see, a lot of these guys, they're like gamers, right? They do like gaming streams, but then they do political commentary during their gaming. Like, I'm 38 now. Like, I've gotten too old to like learn new shit when it comes to, how to parse these things. There used to be categories. Like, Asmongold is a guy that plays video games, right? But people see him as like a super based commentator, and that's how he got popular. Destiny, same thing. Plays video games, fucks around on his stream, but he talks about a lot of political shit from the left side of things. So I don't really know how people classify Tectone, but I ran across a clip of his on Yeet's channel. I think this Yeet guy is great. I think he clips a lot of good stuff from that streaming world. Tectone was talking about women using the word manipulate to their advantage when they fuck up. Like, when women fuck up, they get to use the term, I was manipulated, instead of I made fucking terrible decisions. And that men don't get the same courtesy, essentially. I thought he made a great point here. Let's go ahead and fire this up. Who else has thought this? Because he's kind of speaking my language here.
You want to know a thing that a man can never say, but women say every day? Anytime anything bad happens to a woman, they're going to say they were manipulated into doing it.
Right.
And everybody believes them.
Well, everybody simps. Everybody simps. Because if you call bullshit on the woman who says she was manipulated, then the waterworks turn on. And then they go, well, how could you say that about me when I was manipulated? It's like, are you a fucking grown-up? Are you an adult? Have you gone to school? Are you still on mommy's titty? No. You fucking know better. You did some shitty things. You got caught. You got called out. If you had never gotten in trouble for the shitty thing you did, would you have said you were manipulated? No. You're using it as a dodge. And it's also shitty to women who have been manipulated. Typically, women who are manipulated are victims of things, not perpetrators of things. So using the term "I was manipulated" to cover your fuck-ups is a really shitty thing to do. And men don't get to do it, and that's good, because men get called bullshit on. Men go, "I was manipulated to do a shitty thing." Shut the fuck up. No, you weren't. And that's fair, but that's what we should say to everybody who says they were manipulated into a shitty thing they did.
Yo, guys, how many times have you ever heard a man say a woman manipulated them into doing something they didn't want to do, and anybody had any sympathy for them whatsoever?
Nobody has sympathy for them. Even if it's true. Like, men can be manipulated, but even if they were, nobody feels sorry for them.
All women have to do is say manipulated, and people believe them. You want to know why that is? They want to act like it's because they're so caring and they're so forward. It's because they believe all women are stupid.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it going this way. I'll take a listen. That's true. I mean, women are kind of the beneficiaries of the soft bigotry of low expectations. You know, they can go, "Oh, I was manipulated. Oh, I didn't know you were manipulated." I mean, it is kind of you looking at that person going, "Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were fucking stupid. I didn't know you were a dipshit. I thought you consciously chose to do a terrible thing and that you're making fucking excuses because you got caught. I didn't know you were dumb."
That's what they believe. That's why every person who claims they're so supportive, so progressive, believes every woman when they say they were manipulated.
Yeah.
Straight up. Because they think women are that weak and fucking stupid that they have zero accountability.
Women are a lot tougher, a lot smarter, and a lot more savvy than 90% of the population give them credit for. I think in many instances when it comes to arguing or when it comes to making a point or it comes to maneuvering a conversation, I think in a lot of ways women are sharper and smarter and more clever than men. I think a lot of times, women will think on their feet and they'll maneuver, whereas men just go, "This is what I think." Big dumb cavemen. We live the stereotype. And women are a little more precise. They're surgeons. They've got scalpels.
For their own actions they chose to do. And that's the God's honest truth. Yet people who say, "Yeah, no, that's bullshit," are actually the people who believe that women have a lot more strength than how they're portrayed on the internet. Because everybody sees women as weak victims.
Women can be bad motherfuckers, dude. Women can be bad. And I mean that in a good way. Like, they can be sharp. One of the dumbest things you can do is underestimate a woman's intelligence, especially if you're arguing or trying to convince them of something or confronting them on something. Do not underestimate their intelligence. I think a lot of people do treat women like they're stupid, and that's where that "believe all women" and "I was manipulated into doing this shitty behavior," that's where that comes from. I don't think Tectone nails it on this one.
Waiting to fucking happen. That's what they think. That's why everybody believes women and nobody believes men. Because they think women are fucking useless. And
I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say useless, but I think the general overall point that he's making is a pretty sound one. Really. Doggo Doesn't Die says they are definitely more devious. I will say this about that part, though, about the more devious part. Remember when Hans Landa is talking to Pierre Lapetit in Inglourious Bastards. I'm going movie reference here. And he calls Jews rats. And he said, the rest of the German army says the Jews are rats, and they mean it as a put down. He says, I mean it as a compliment. He said, consider the world Jews are living in Nazi Germany. It's a hostile world, and everybody's after them, and they have to find a way to survive. Women are intelligent, and when I say they're more devious than men, I say that deviousness is born out of a necessity. You understand? That men are bigger, men are stronger, men are louder, men are more forceful. So women need to be sharper. Women need to operate a step ahead, and they're better at it than we are. Now, is devious synonymous with lying? Yes, but loud is synonymous with aggressive and violent. Women need something to neutralize the advantages that men have. Now, would it be great if we could live in a world where we all communicated honestly and we could all just be as transparent as jellyfish? Yup, that would be great. The problem is we all have our implicit biases. We all have our agendas. That's the human condition. That's very difficult to shake. Internet person with $10 says, I often think you're full of shit, but I appreciate your resilience. Well, thank you. That's very honest of you. You always do the show regardless of what's happening, man to man. I got to respect it. Props. Well, look, when you have nothing to hide and you know you haven't done anything wrong and you know that it's all being handled and it's all going to be okay, I have nothing to hide to a show. I mean, I'm not. Look, they said, you did this. And I said, the fuck I did. No, I didn't. Let's have a hearing. Let's do this. And they said, just take care of it at sentencing. We said, okay, that sounds fair to us. Honestly, the way they and I think part of it is they know the game, they know the score, they know what's going on here. So they're like, we don't need to bring you in, we don't need to do a hearing. We'll just handle it at sentencing. I do appreciate that. I really do. I think they get it. We are an even hundo away from today's goal. All right. Charge. A hundo away. Let's break through the barrier and call it another win for the toe. Here's what the standings say. YouTube, $30 since the war was declared by Corn Pop. Rumble, $43 since the war was declared by Corn Pop. And PayPal is at $26. So if the PayPal Venmo crowd wants to jump in, it's a ball game. We're $100 away from today's goal, and everybody's within $20 of being in the lead. So Rumble, you can try to stash this one away and make it another win. YouTube, you can get right back in the game. PayPal and Venmo, not very difficult for you to get back into it either. And everybody wins because then the toe hits the goal. No, April's missing orgasm. Not at all. When did I ever say that? I've been nothing but complimentary. Dusty Rhodes says, $100 to the pay window, if you will. Thank you, Dusty. This guy gets it. All right, keep it up, guys. Gifted memberships, all that happy shit. We love it. Thank you very much for all of your support. Guys, I don't know how up you are on firearm laws. I know we have a lot of Second Amendment people that watch this show. Sometimes I like to do a check with you guys to make sure you understand the rules when you're carrying that firearm. It's a great responsibility. You know that you're not allowed to hold a gun outside a window and just start popping off rounds, right? I just need to make sure, because there's our next story that we have, which was out of Detroit. It's going to make sense when I tell you. A guy thought just because you're getting married. Oh, no, this is Dearborn. Oh, God, even worse. So, this might have been a Middle Eastern, boom, boom, boom. A guy thought it was totally fine to celebrate his wedding by driving down the freeway and just popping off shots into the air outside the window like we're in the fucking Baccara market. We'll get to that in just a second. Aaron Brown with $2 on YouTube. YouTube trying to make a comeback. They're now $11 away from Rumble. Aaron Brown with $2 says, can you believe Trash Zumach yesterday? Disgraceful. I've got two things about the Chad Zumock thing. One, the guy talks some shit about you on a podcast. You don't need to celebrate his death and spike the fucking football. It ain't cool. Now, to the rest of you who are like writing to him, I saw like podcasters that, Chad's a piece of shit. Fuck Chad. He's the worst. You understand that's what he wanted. He was going for that. He's a shock jock. He wanted you to get mad. He wanted you to get upset. It's more eyeballs on him. The internet does not know how to feud. The internet does not know how to fight. They're fucking terrible at it. That's why they melt down all the time. Real people know how to fight, argue, and maneuver and all that stuff. The internet thinks that if they get righteously angry about something, that's a win. No, that's typically an L. The more right, this guy fucking blah, blah, blah. Here's the deal. Getting eyeballs, that's the only thing that matters. So if he does something fucking crazy and you guys get so angry that you have to put your eyeballs on him, he beat you. He won. And you can cope with it however you want. But you hand him a victory when you give him eyeballs. You saw how Tucker Carlson treated Ted Cruz? He won because he was calm. He won because he was chill. If you guys look the other way and you go, well, that's Chad. That's what he does. Hey, congratulations. You've just won. I mean, I know this because I've won all the wars with all the people who have come after me. Why? Because I laugh at them. They're silly. I do my show and I go, all right, guys, you have your little therapy sessions. Works for me. And they can't get to you. Chad, he gets to you. You guys get all riled up. You go after him. He's won. Yeah, but did you see the shit I said to him in his chat? It doesn't matter. You were in his chat. He doesn't give a fuck if you think he's good or he's bad. He doesn't give a fuck if it's a thumbs up or a thumbs down. He doesn't give a fuck if it's a positive or a negative comment. He just cares that it's in the algorithm and it's in the interactions. That's it. That's it. So, yes, Aaron Brown, I did see what Zumock did. It was disgraceful. It was trash. But why are you expecting any more from Chad Zumock? That's the real question. All right, let's get to this Dearborn Arabic guy who was out the window firing off shots from a Lamborghini because he was so excited to get married. You know, usually I do that when I get divorced, but to each their own. Oh, by the way, 95 away from today. Keep going, guys. Keep doing it. Get after it. $95 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Steven52MS says, then why Chad Zumock's take down the contest right away? Well, I just saw that he was still tweeting out like all kinds of shit and just like still fighting and beefing with people. If he took something down, that's kind of a dumb move because you had people going. You had people riled up. They were worked up, and you're not sorry, so keep it the fuck up there. All right, let's go to Dearborn, and let's get to this one. You guys throw in a couple of bucks. We got about an hour left. We're $95 away from a perfect week. This is the part where I start to get nervous. Hammer it out.
Now to a warning from Dearborn Police, don't do it.
The department issuing a strong message to people who rent high-end vehicles and then commit crimes. Here's Fox News.
Don't do it. Don't rent high-end vehicles and then commit crimes. I'd like to propose. I'd like to propose my take on the matter. Can we just get to don't commit crimes? That would be, don't commit crimes is a solid one. I like the idea of just not committing. I mean, the rental car first, that seems to be, we don't need that part.
For Kelly.
It sounds innocent.
There's this habit of people renting vehicles and celebrating on their way to weddings.
But what happens from inside these rental vehicles is why the Dearborn Police Department is sounding the alarm.
That guy, he's like the handgun out the window and just firing shots into the air as a celebration. Now, I know this is Dearborn. It's not the smartest place in the country, but they have heard of the whole what goes up must come down thing, right? Like, we do know that if you fire that bullet up into the air, it's coming down somewhere. And when objects like that come down, they tend to gather speed and force. You know what? I'm too deep.
Block traffic and then fire a gun out of the window in celebration.
It happened Sunday near Ford and Evergreen in Dearborn. The driver and their passenger inside a high-end purple Lamborghini. When the passenger decides to fire gunshots out the window, you can see him on the left side of your screen. The dash cam of another vehicle driving nearby.
By the way, it's been this way my whole life. Am I colorblind? Because people have been saying the color purple my whole life, and I've been seeing blue. Like I've never seen, like, they've never said blue and I've seen purple. But a lot of times people will say purple and I'll see blue.
A vehicle driving nearby records.
That's a blue Lamborghini to me. Like, it kind of fucks me up when I hear people say purple because I can't see it. I see like a medium blue.
The criminal act.
Like, that's, to me, that's just not, there's no purple there.
Criminal act. Then 911 is dialed.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm on Ford Road heading west towards East Dearborn. There's guys shooting guns on the middle of Ford Road.
There's been this habit of folks renting vehicles and driving recklessly when there's a wedding.
When police arrive, they investigate.
Oh, now it looks a little more, you know what? That looks a little more purple now. It looked blue before, but now I'm seeing purple. That was a mild crisis I had for a second there. That fucked me up. I was worried I was colorblind. Okay, purple it is.
And track the vehicle down.
Track the vehicle down at a local hall where they were celebrating the wedding and impounded the vehicle.
Police also arrest Hassan Rabat of Detroit. They say he's related to the wedding party. He's also a CPL holder and is currently out on bond.
Well, that he currently is a CPL holder. It's probably not going to be for long.
Issued them a citation for reckless discharge.
Police say it's not just wedding parties they're concerned about.
Encourage parents as well, like, don't rent your kids these cars for graduation because nothing good's going to come out of it.
The chief is now using social media to...
Yeah, why would you put an 18-year-old kid behind the wheel of a... I thought you couldn't get a rental car until you were like 21, 25. Oh, I'm stupid. They're renting it for the kid. I get it now. Okay. Yeah, don't do that. Don't rent. An 18-year-old kid should not be driving a car that's newer than 6 or 7 years old.
Spread his message.
This purple Lamborghini was impounded because it was driving recklessly and people were shooting out of the windows. If you rent cars and you drive recklessly anytime in the city, wedding or not, your car will be in the same spot. To let the
I don't understand, like, who's that message for? Like, I feel like anybody who has the message, don't fire guns out of a window on a busy highway, I feel like everybody either knows that by now or they're not going to listen to you.
The public know that this is unacceptable and that the people that do this in the city of Dearborn will be held accountable.
In Dearborn, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
He does look off. So Dearborn's a fucked up place, man. There's a lot of culture shock. There's a lot of culture clash in Dearborn, and it leads to an adjustment period maybe for some. Plankton with $1 says, fun fact, purple doesn't exist in the light spectrum. Your brain makes you see purple. Holy shit. Well, that's not helping the issue I'm having right now. So wait a minute. You're like, is this like the birds don't exist thing? You're telling me that purple isn't real? Purple doesn't exist? Okay, that fucked me up. Purple is not a color. Breaking news on the toe. Sam Show says Aaron is seeing colors that don't even exist. Apparently, my football team's colors, they ain't real. Rumble is now at $44. YouTube is at $32. PayPal and Venmo is at $26. Hey, guys, $95 away from today's goal. An hour left. We're right on track. But hey, Let's go. Let's rally it up. Let's call it a final win for the toe. We've had hardly any goals this week. You guys have been so far ahead, and by God, do we appreciate it. So let's just hammer out the last one and call it a win. I just had Mikey Two Milks post in the Toe Boys page. It's a photograph of a remarkably obese man wearing a wrestling belt. And it says, almost to fighting weight. My fans are the best people in the world. They're just wonderful folks. They don't make me feel like dog shit about myself. Ever. Thank you, guys. Rally up. Hit the goal. Perfect week. Rumble Friday is tomorrow. I'm very excited. My weight was down this morning, too. I was feeling really good about myself. I just want to thank you guys for curing me of that. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate your criticism, your bullying, your name calling, and your constant verbal abuse. And how much it's really done wonders for my self-esteem over the years. Thank you, Redbird, for the $2 over on YouTube. Says $50 miss today just because. I don't want to miss, though. I'm a spoiled brat. We hit the goal every week. I don't want to miss. 133 now from Redbird for the week. He's in 4th place. Thank you, buddy. Still $95 away. And YouTube is now at $34 and Rumble is at $44. So it's a $10 difference between Rumble and YouTube. PayPal's still at $26. We'll see who wins today after Corn Pop declared war. All right, next story is, the scam. I forgot we had another scam story today. This time it's a school teacher who, again, the school teacher thing should be like, the school teacher thing, they should not fall for scams at all. Like, school teachers should be the ones who are, they're out there educating people. They should be educating people against the scams, not falling for them. Somebody, too, with $1 says, Aaron, you see the clowns that are doing this in the bigger cities? Well, I'll open that. We'll take a look in a second. And Veldrain with $1 says, pointless history. Asman and Tectone were part of the same stream team called OTK. The remaining members are super progressive and supporters of Hassan. Really? $46 from Rumble. The Rumble people now expanding their lead over YouTube and PayPal. PayPal, you guys are $20 away from the Rumble people. Thanks, guys. All right, Mikey Two. Now I gotta check this because Mikey Two Milk sent the fat guy picture.
Hey, dipshit! You fucking doxed me, so I deleted that post because.
Oh. What do you mean I doxed you? You put it under your. Well, fuck me to death. Sorry, how did I dox you? I didn't even show the post on the page. I didn't even show the thing. I just said Mikey Two Milks posted it. Boy, the definition for doxing is getting really, really narrow now. I can't keep up. I can't keep up anymore with what doxing is. I didn't know that saying Mikey Two Milks posted this picture and it was a big old fat guy. Fuck me running, huh? Thank you very much to Silverwolf with $5. Says purple doesn't exist, much like the Vikings' chances of ever winning a Super Bowl. Okay. That's violence. That's violence. Silverwolf with $5. That means that YouTube is at 39, Rumble's at 46, and we're $90 away from today's goal. Sam Show says you doxed him because Mikey was the fat guy. Oh, okay. Well, then it all makes sense. All right, the war rages and the goal rages. Let's knock them both out. Win for the toe. All right, this was sent in to us. This is what people in big cities are doing. I don't know the context behind this. Then we'll do the scam story. What am I watching? What am I looking at? What's the point here that we're doing? Oh, that's like a merging move. They're going down onto the shoulder around the bike. I don't get what I'm supposed to be offended by. Oh, hello, hijabi. License takes impossible cuts. Okay, so we're following a bike. Oh, that asshole. I see. Oh, this is shit. Oh, what a fucking asshole. Oh, we're gonna get fucking popped for that. Jesus Christ. Whoops. That is shitty behavior. I don't know. Like, that's one of those things where, like, what am I I don't understand what my commentary is supposed to be on that one. Yeah, that's a really shitty thing to do. Redbird with $2 says Hulk Hogan will die before the Vikings win the Super Bowl again. Mean. Aaron, did you see what happened to Farron? LOL, she looks rough. No, I didn't see. Well, I haven't talked to Farron in quite some time. We've got YouTube at 41, Rumble at 47, and the goal at 85. Let's keep going. PayPal is bringing up the rear at 26 for today. 26 for our PayPal brethren, but we are just $85 away from today's goal. So keep chipping in, keep throwing in a couple of bucks, and we'll get this thing down to zero and another perfect week for the toe. All right, back. That link that got sent in kind of fucked up the flow of my shit here real quick. So let's Oh, okay. I see, Mikey. Thank you. Now I understand what he meant. Very, very, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let's go to this teacher scam story. You know, we finally had a scam story where an old lady called it out. She didn't fall for the scam. She reported them to police. She crushed it. She nailed it. And now I'm starting to get my belief in people back, and I'm starting to think that they're not going to fall for these scams anymore. And then a goddamn school teacher who's more than supposed to know better dicks it all up. And for a big number, too.
North Texas planned to buy a home and start a family. Now he's starting all over after losing his life savings to scammers.
Yeah, tonight he's sharing his story with Sydney Percy to make sure it doesn't happen to you.
The real one that I have
It felt so real.
I just remember having all of my cash in my hand.
It happened so fast.
And then I'm trying to see.
28-year-old Russell Leahy said scammers called him, convinced him they were bankers with Chase.
It was my entire life savings.
Then got away with it all. $32,000.
Okay, but here's the deal. He used Zelle. Like, Chase is never going to have you send them money through Zelle. Chase has their own app. You create an account. You pay your bills through that. You don't use Zelle. You don't. God, there are so many fucking warning signs that these people don't see. And again, they want you to feel bad for them. And I get it. It's really tragic. But it's like, God damn, if more people would just be skeptical and realize if something sounds too good to be true, it ain't.
It really felt like it was the end of the world for me.
Leahy is a local school teacher, just got married, stayed in on the weekends, never traveled, just to save that money to start a family.
Now we've entered into the world of living from paycheck to paycheck.
Leahy said the scammers pretended to work for Chase, called him, told him he'd been defrauded, and needed to move all of his money into a new account.
They would, oh my God, they would never do that. They would lock down your account. They would lock down your card. Never in the history of banks has it ever been done where they go, hey, we're worried about fraudulent charges. They would reverse the fraudulent charges, lock down, probably not lock down your account, but they definitely wouldn't go, hey, here's what we need you to do. We need you to take all of your money and move it into this already No, they would not have you move money into an already existing account. They would have you come down and create an account that you're in charge. A bank doesn't create bank accounts for you to put money into. You go and create the bank account. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Again, I can't feel sorry for this guy.
They sent him texts and banking information that looked so real.
You sent money to a text message. Bruh.
It's been extremely violating.
Leahy said Chase gave him back just over $2,000, wants them to make good on the other $30,000, but said he was told he's not covered by fraud protection.
I'm really looking and hoping to just move on with my life and not having to start over from scratch.
In an email to WFAA, Chase said fraud is when a person illegally accesses someone else's account and makes withdrawals, transfers, or purchases without the account holder's permission. A scam, however, is different. A deceptive scheme or trick used to cheat someone out of their assets.
I'd rather.
Yeah, like if you get scammed, that's not covered by fraud protection. Because for most of these scams, you willfully contribute the money to the account. The person doesn't take a dime from you. They go, send the money here. And you do. And they go, thanks, asshole. And they leave. That's a scam. You don't have scam protection on your bank account. You have fraud protection. You know what your scam protection is? The old noodle. Your noggin. Your Walton noggins. That's your scam protection. Common sense.
Me be the sacrificial lamb for the rest of these people.
God, fucking Howdy Doody really screwed the pooch on this one.
And, maybe save, other people's money from being stolen.
Leahy said as much as he needs that money back, if he doesn't get it, he hopes this painful tale will at least encourage others to beware.
You're so young. You're going to learn in life. You make all your money. You lose all your money. You get all that money back. You lose it again. You get it all back. You lose it again. Everybody goes bust from time to time. You're going to be all right, buddy. You're young. You'll rebuild. You'll be a fucking shut-in dork a little bit longer than you wanted to, but you'll get there.
So I just hope that it doesn't end the way that this did.
In Fort Worth, I'm Sydney Persing.
Again, another scam where I just can't bring myself to feel sorry for the person. Like, learning lesson, you bet your ass it's a learning lesson. It's a big-time learning lesson. So I don't, yeah, Jim Sharkey writes, Chase's official statement. Don't blame us because the kid's a fucking dunce. Yeah, I mean, that would be it. Don't blame us because your kid's a fucking dunce. Yeah, Chase Bank, I mean, what do you want Chase Bank to do? Is Chase Bank supposed to take 35 grand out of their pocket and just give it to people every time they fuck up with their money? All right. If you go to the casino and you lose 30 grand, call Chase and ask him for your money back. See how it goes. See if that one's another win for the toe. Probably not. All right. $85 away, $45 left in the show. Guys, let's get after it. Let's go ahead and make it a final win for the toe, a perfect week for the toe. We got a show to still do for you. We got 45 minutes left, but I want to hit that 85 because it would be embarrassing, right? Like if we've had a perfect week. How many shows we haven't had to hit a goal, quote unquote, on any show but one? I think yesterday's show, we had to hit a $100 goal. That was it. We did 200 today. We did pretty well. Now we're stuck at 85. Let's finish that shit up because if we've had 2 goals and they don't even equal 1 full goal and we don't knock that out and make it a perfect week, we're fucking assholes. So knock it out. Call it a win for the toe. Let's go ahead and do it. 45 minutes, Nova. 45 minutes left in the show. $85 left in the goal. And our war, the corn pop war between Rumble, PayPal, and YouTube. Rumble is at 47, YouTube is at 41, and PayPal's at 26. So everybody is still in the game Let's get generous. Did you guys know that Antonio Brown is on the lam? The former wide receiver? Probably could have been a Hall of Fame caliber wide receiver had he kept his fucking head on straight and not gone crazy. Antonio Brown is on the lam for attempted murder charges, and he's making social media videos and just posting them. He's just, I think at this point, it's the cops who should be embarrassed by this whole thing. Because you got one of the dumbest guys, one of the dumbest public figures in the world is on the lam running from you. He's making social media videos, which are a huge no-no if you're on the run, and you're still not bringing him in. The cops are like, I don't get it. Rich people are supposed to just call us and organize a time to turn themselves in. Let's go ahead and check out what Antonio Brown, how's life on the lam for Antonio?
Where my people's at?
Oh, he's filming himself. He's filming himself doing betting. Is he playing fucking mahjong? Oh no, it's a mahjong slot machine. So wait, he didn't even go live on Instagram or whatever this is. He didn't even go live to be like, hey, y'all, I'm just giving you an update of where I'm at. He literally went live so he could show us him playing a mahjong slot machine. Yeah, if you haven't found this guy yet, you're fucking stupid. I mean, the guy's not even actively taunting you on his live stream. He's casually playing casino games. Is he going to say anything?
In the chat. Easy game for life. He's out of screen right now.
He's fucked up. Jesus Christ, you're a multi-millionaire. Could we get a streaming setup where you don't sound like you're in the ocean? Yeah, it's fucking awful. This is impossible to sit here and watch. This is impossible to. Why would TMZ even post that fucking video? I would have just taken their word for it. Antonio Brown is still clearly not stressing over the warrant that was recently issued for his arrest. He was seen on a live stream yesterday smoking, joking, and gambling. The former NFL wideout popped up on Kick in an effort to promote a crypto casino platform. So it's just business as usual for AB. And in video from his time in front of the camera, you can see he was in great spirits despite the felony attempted murder charge he's now facing in Florida. Now, I don't know if you know about the attempted murder charge he's facing. I think it's bullshit. He took a few swings at a guy. He got in a fight. I think the attempted murder thing is fucking stupid. He's had a warrant out for his arrest for about a week now. They allege he tried to kill a man during a May 16th dispute outside of Aiden Ross's celebrity boxing event in Miami. But Brown's repeatedly shown he's unbothered by the matter, as last week he posted a video of him riding a bike. And earlier Wednesday, his ex account shared a picture of clowns around a table with the caption, Miami PD sitting around making up fake charges to get publicity. Yeah, this is kind of funny, actually. There's the picture that he posted. Now, from what I've heard in this story, AB didn't even have a gun and certainly didn't fire a gun. And I think he was walking with Aiden Ross, or he was walking on camera when the gunshots rang out. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Never mind. That's AB with a gun. Oh, shit. Wait, I thought people said that they could prove that Antonio Brown wasn't the one who fired shots. This is not the story that I heard. Now, while we can't see AB actually firing the shots, there is video of him swinging on a guy at one point. But I was told in this story, I don't know if I was watching Antonio Brown is at Chad.com, but I was told that they had no proof that AB fired the gunshots. There's a whole gaggle of witnesses out there. There's him holding a gun, and a few seconds later, gunshots ring out. I'm sorry. This is, yeah, that sure looks like Antonio Brown's guilty to me. So why are we not making a better effort to go get the guy? Jesus. It really is making the cops look like a bunch of clowns. No, he's fucked, dude. He's fucked. Potato Head Case says, crazy. He always seems so stable. Yeah. Antonio Brown's always been a real straight shooter. Oh. Hobo says it wasn't him. It was the one-armed Negro. Oh, well, he's always the one causing trouble and blaming it on others. Son of a bitch. All right, guys, we got about 40 minutes left in the show. We're $85 away from today's goal. Just a couple bucks at a time, please. Let's start getting to a spot where we can maybe knock this thing out and have a perfect day. This is embarrassing. We've had a perfect week and basically no goals, and we are fucking faltering at the finish line. Help us out. Throw in a couple of bucks. Another win for the toe. Blah, 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 blah. Pretty please. Thank you. Cherries, sprinkles. Let's get the win, please. Just a couple. We don't have to be dropping, we don't have to be dropping $85 at a time. Let's just all drop some gifted memberships and let's call it a win. Tim Bullinger with $1 says, this show is the best at coming up with fun competitions to give you money. Yes, absolutely, Tim. Thank you. I knew you'd come around. Tim's a big steel toe guy. Tim used to be a big steel toe hater. Now he's like one of the biggest steel toe fans there are. I love Tim. I think he's great. And I appreciate him being able to admit he was wrong and come around to our side. Now, I need everyone throwing in. Let's go. We got more Diddy news. And again, it's just like freak offs and baby oil and dragging people around by their hair by elevators and fucking this and fucking that and trafficking this and trafficking that. The prosecution in this Diddy trial did such a good job that I almost felt sorry for Diddy, if that makes sense. Like, they hammered him so hard. I'm just like, all right, guys, he's fucking dead already. Gray Duckling, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Thank you, buddy. Give that man a Hogan.
Oh, sucker, Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Gray Duckling with 5 gifted memberships. That's a big one. $5 from Blade Nicotera says, can you please mentor your girl Keanu? She needs to improve interviewing guests. Would you like me to host a symposium or something? I think, what? I didn't hear anything about the, the Ashley Cummings interview. So I don't know what did that go well? Did it not go well? I'm sad to hear that, Blade. Thank you guys very much for those contributions. $70 away from today's goal. And YouTube just kicked the shit out of Rumble. Hey, Rumble. $66 YouTube, $47 Rumble. PayPal, Venmo, you guys are dead in the water at 26. But Rumble, you just lost your lead big time. The war of Corn Pop is being won by Corn Pop at the moment. Rumble trails 66-47 to YouTube. Do we have any thoughts on Keanu? And I didn't see the interview. You know me. I go to bed. So I didn't see the Ashley Cummings video. But she seems to do all right. I saw she had over 100 people in there when she was doing her thing. So Diddy's defense yesterday played jurors an audio recording of Cassie, the elevator lady. P. Diddy's like, I guess they're trying to, show her as like Diddy's victim, but also his like Ghislaine Maxwell. They played audio of Cassie confronting a man who she says had told her he'd shown a video of her doing a freak off. And now we're finally getting to hear what was played for the jury. In a batch of freshly released Diddy defense exhibits, there's an audio file that Diddy's defense team says features Cassie making death threats to the man on the All right, let's hear it out. This is what's going on with the Diddy trial. By the way, the reason you're not seeing video from the Diddy trial, it's a federal case. Federal courts are not allowed to have cameras in the courtroom because, our federal government is so fucking accountable. Here we go.
Yeah, you don't have to see it, but it's my life and I'll kill you.
Yeah, but
That's never good. We're not usually supposed to say that on a recorded line. You usually don't want those. They never read well. The I'll fucking kill you thing never reads well. Oddly, it always reads as a threat.
I will kill you if you don't show me right now. I will kill you and I will hide you and I will cut you up and put you in the dirt right now.
Okay, that was enough. I think the I'll kill you part, but then the I'll abscond with your body and bury it in the... We're getting a little Daniel Plainview here. That's all I'm saying. I told you I would bury you in the ground, Eli.
Pull it up. If you have it, pull that up. Because if not, I'm going to kill you and then he's going to kill you again.
It's not possible. Can't actually do that. That should actually technically cancel out the threat she's making because she's very clearly full of shit. You cannot kill someone and then have someone else kill them again. I mean, I guess you could stop their heart, revive them, and then kill them again. But then were they really ever dead the first time? We're splitting hairs. See, she made it complicated.
So just do it. Pull that up right now. You got that pull that up. I'm going to...
That's right. Let me see me getting gang fucked in the mouth. Like, why? That's a weird thing to yell at someone. They're like, hey, man, I got a picture of the freak off. Let me see me getting fucked. It's like, what? No, yeah, that's right. Shut the fuck up.
To kill you. You don't understand.
Stop.
I don't give a I've never killed anybody in my life, but I will kill you because you're with me.
Stop threatening to kill him on a recorded line. What are you saying, Aaron, that you should threaten to kill someone in private when they're not recorded? Perfectly acceptable. You don't threaten to kill them when there's documented evidence that you made the threat. Jesus.
You're with me in my life right now. If I saw a video of you doing anything that you didn't want people to see, I would show you the video so you could tell me what the happened.
Isn't there like audio of Diddy cornholing a dude? Or at least they say that's what it is. Like there's that audio that's been out for a long time. And it just sounds like they're either lifting weights together or somebody's getting, sodomized. I think that was Diddy.
You're playing games with me, telling me you saw some. Now you're saying you didn't see some.
Well, yeah, I would say I didn't see it too if you were threatening to kill me and chop me up into little pieces like the Bay Harbor Butcher.
You're with me. I'm going to you up. I don't think you understand. And it's not going to be my hands, and it's not going to be blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it. So you have to tell me right now, and I'm recording this whole shit.
That's the wildest thing. Like, I'm sure you guys were listening to this going, well, she doesn't know she's being recorded. No, she's very well aware that as she threatens to murder this man multiple times, she's recording it. There's no shame in her game, bro. And then she's also like, if you don't want people to think that you and Diddy are running a criminal empire, we don't say, I'm going to fucking kill you, and then Diddy's going to fucking kill you. That's... Probably shouldn't have hit record on this one, Cass.
FYI, tell me what the you're talking about. Because this is not cool. We're not playing. I'm not playing with you, Sujit. Like, you saw some Yes, you're my brother. Be my brother and tell me what you saw. You're gonna be...
Your brother typically, Your brother typically doesn't want you doesn't want to see you get fucked. Oh my God. Yeah, that's not something you want on tape. Dub with $2 says fake dono. All right, so now that puts Rumble at 49. YouTube is at 66. So the war continues and Rumble is losing. But you know who's really losing? I'm losing. As we are $70 away from today's goal, and we're a half hour away. I'm getting nervous. Let's get us this final win and have a perfect week. I will be publicly humiliated if we have to take an L on a week where we had absolutely almost no goals. We never had one full goal all week. So let's take care of the 70. Let's get us a fucking win for the show. That'd be fucking awesome. And I want to see Rumble beat YouTube, or PayPal can come up out of nowhere. They're $40 behind, and they can beat YouTube. Let's get it. Let's get it, kids. The recording was played in court over a month ago during Cassie's testimony, but it's only now being made public. It's pretty wild. I don't think it really helps Diddy at all. I know the defense entered it in as an exhibit, but unless they're trying to say like, no, Your Honor, this is the mastermind. Cassie's the mastermind. I'm not sure. Xbrap gifting a membership on Rumble. Thank you very much. That's another 5 for Rumble. They're catching up. They're at 54, and now we're $65 away from today's goal. Never mind. We're $55 away from today's goal because, oh my God, Benjamin Netanyahu with 10. I can't believe that Netanyahu donated to the program. He says, Rumble chat has nukes. We need some banker busters. $10 from Netanyahu. It's now 54 Rumble, but 76 YouTube. So it's a $22 difference between YouTube and Rumble. It also puts us $55 away from today's goal. Oh my goodness. Things are cooking now. Let's knock out $55 and let's continue to get that war cooking between Rumble and YouTube. Again, PayPal, you guys are... I don't think PayPal and Venmo want any part of this action. PayPal's still at 26 since the war started. So I don't... I think they might be out of the run. They might be saving their money for the next time around. Ooh, this one's a little dark. Woman lit on fire by her partner while cradling her son. That's a little hardcore for me. We do have a quick Supreme Court note. They voted to uphold Tennessee's ban on trans surgeries, cross-sex hormones, and puberty blockers for minors. It was a 6-3 decision. So does that mean... Oh, no, that means it had to break down along, what they view as conservative liberal lines, because I think just Ketanji Brown Jackson, Elena Kagan, and Sonia Sotomayor are the only lefties on the court. You got Amy Coney Barrett, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, John Roberts, Alito, and Thomas. That's right. Thomas is still there. And they all went for the ban. I'm guessing it's going to be Jackson, Sotomayor, and Kagan saying that I understand why Elena Kagan wants to allow kids to transition. I mean, she looks... I can't tell if Elena Kagan looks like the chick who got her face ripped off by a chimp and got a new face, or if it could be well, that's... Aaron, you're fucking mean. So, yeah, it was Sotomayor, Kagan, and Ketanji Brown Jackson who voted to not allow the ban on trans surgeries and all of that stuff. That's just evil, man. Good for Tennessee. They got themselves a win. They won in court. They banned kids from, having to be abused like that. That's, culture-wise, I think that's a W for all of us, to be honest. Let's, real quick, I've got Chad Buzamak with a clip. He says, as requested, I never requested this, Aaron Imholt of Another Fantasy. This, again, I never requested any of this. This has nothing to do with me. But let's see what Chad Buzamak went with. That's right. Let me see me getting gang fucked in the mouth. Okay. Give me a white flag. I need a white flag. I waved the white flag of surrender. That was good. That was brutal. That was brutal. And that's a funny fucking clip. See, guys, I'm honest. I'm telling you that if the clip is unfairly edited, I will call it out. But if it's not, I mean, I did say that. It was an impression, but I did say it. That's right. Let me see me getting gang fucked in the mouth. Victor, could you, well, I guess, Victor doesn't have to. I can just take that clip and record it and put it in. I'm keeping that as a drop. Jesus Christ. That's right. Let me see me getting gang fucked in the mouth. That's right. That we should end the show on that. I mean, I don't think that we can keep the show going after something like that. I think that has to be the end of the program. By the way, Steven with $55 on PayPal. Hold on a minute. That now puts PayPal at $81. PayPal is winning. 81 for PayPal, 54 for Rumble, 76 for YouTube. Steven off the top rope. What a fucking guy. Where is he on the list? Oh, Steven's not on the... I thought Steven was on the list this week. Son of a bitch. Well, 55, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for that $55. And that's also going to knock out today's goal. Thank you so much. Eric with $1 over on PayPal says, Happy Juneteenth, All Blacks. Love, Nancy Pelosi. Well, isn't that sweet? So now PayPal has the W with $82, but YouTube is only $6 away. Rumble is at $54, about $28 away. But it's definitely another win for the toe and another perfect week for the toe.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Oh, boy. Call Stephen Bear Stearns because he's getting the bailout for us. Thank you, buddy. Oh, boy. Now I guess now that the goal's knocked out, all we have to wonder is who's going to win the Battle of Corn Pop, as YouTube is still in play against PayPal, and Rumble could come from behind with $30 more, and they could end up getting the win today. Now, all of that would go towards Monday, of course. Okay, next story. We got about 20 minutes left in today's show. I don't know, where was my head when I decided to do this woman gets set on fire by her partner while holding her kids story? That's very troubling to me that my attitude was, yeah, this looks fucking good. Maybe this is, you know what I was thinking? I was probably thinking this. That's right. Let me see me getting gang fucked in the mouth. That's... Knowing that a wild Chad Buzamak is out there, how do I still allow myself to say shit like that? I'm baffled by my own behavior at this point. Big Say, congratulations to you guys who like to drink your coffee cowboy style. Just straight up beans barely ground down, jet black coffee with nothing to make that sour, gross, bitter bean juice taste better. Apparently, if you're a black coffee guy, you're living longer. A major study from Tufts University shows that black coffee and a hard roll and it has to be black coffee, can seriously help you live longer and especially helps against heart disease. Apparently, black coffee is cleaning out the arteries. The study, published in the Journal of Nutrition, found that consumption of 1 to 2 cups of caffeinated coffee per day was linked to a lower risk of death from all causes and death from cardiovascular disease. Black coffee and coffee with low levels of added sugar and saturated fat were associated with a 14% lower risk of all-cause mortality as compared to no coffee consumption. Can we throw sugar-free Red Bull in that too? Like, can we ship that into the study, or am I fucked? In the study, consumption of at least 1 cup per day was associated with a 16% lower risk of all-cause mortality. 2 to 3 cups per day, the link rose to 17% consumption. Beyond 3 cups per day was not associated with additional reductions. And the link between coffee and a lower risk of death by heart disease weakened when coffee consumption was more than 3 cups per day. So really, 1 to 3 cups per day is your sweet spot. If you're doing 1 to 2 cups per day, you're going to, well, they say you're going to live long. See, that's the thing with all this stuff, is they say, oh, if you do, we've done studies, if you do this, we live longer. But like, how many other variables were there? Like, are you studying individuals and they drink 3 cups of coffee per day? Okay, well, what if they all also go to the gym 4 times a day, or they go running, or they have a low-fat diet? Like, how do we nail down? And I guess this is where they're scientists and they're smart and I should trust the science, but I've been burned before. Like, how do you know that that's the variable that causes them to live longer? I hate to say I don't trust it, but I don't trust it. Like, how do we nail that down as the one reason? McBuster says, why it got to be black on Juneteenth? It just is. You got to trust the science. 09 Canyon says, coffee is only bitter and gross if you get cheap beans. Gino likes coffee. When he comes out here for the weekend, should I be going to like a coffee place and getting him like the good beans ground down, or should I just use that Folgers Silk or whatever it was that he used the last time he was here? Does coffee go bad? Gino hasn't been here for 2 years. Can he still drink that piss water Folgers shit that he had me get last time he was here, or do I have to replace that? Actually, a lot of people probably want Gino poisoned, so I shouldn't take your advice, quite frankly. Concrete Petey says 2 black coffees just stole my arteries. No, they steal the plaque from your arteries. Hobo says, Aaron, if you dip your finger in my coffee, it gets sweet. What's your secret? Diabetes. 09 Canyon says, I'm only supposed to have 1 a day per my doctor. Well, he's clearly trying to kill you. Corndiff says, I still have a sealed bag of April's Magic Bean. Well, that shit's a collector's item, my man. That is a collector's item. Are we still selling steel toe coffee? Crescent Mount Coffee. Honestly, I forgot. Crescent Mount Coffee .myshopify.com. Hey, look at that, guys. We've still got steel toe coffee. You got the whole bean coffee, medium and dark roast, the 12-ounce bags or the 1-pound bag, $24.99 for the pound, $19.99 for the 12-ounce. And you know what the best part is? All of that includes shipping. So that's the total cost. Ground coffee, $24.99 for a pound of ground beans, and $19.99 for a 12-ounce bag of steel toe coffee. Look at that. That's what the bag looks like, too. Doesn't it look nice? A single origin from Indonesia, tasting notes of dark chocolate, molasses, and brown sugar. Get your steel toe coffee today. It's back on. Steel Toe Coffee, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Let's put those links in the chat, and you can get your Steel Toe Coffee. Chad Buzamok says, so obviously haven't been selling any. Well, I haven't been promoting it. I didn't even know it was still there. When April and I split, I knew she got taken off the coffee thing, so I just assumed it was done. I'm really great at brand management over here. There you go, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. You can still get yourself some Steel Toe Coffee. Hey, we learn something new every day. Thank you, Corn Diff. I might give you that $7 back after, or a free link. One of the two. Thanks, Corn Diff. Doggo Doesn't Die says, order some for Gino. Gino's kind of a weird old man with his coffee, though. Like, we offered to get him, like, nice coffee once. He's like, no, just get me Folgers. I think it's called Black Silk. He says, just get me Folgers Black Silk, and that'll be good. Chad Buzamok says, you need to talk with the Mud Shark. He's all about branding and rebranding. See, like, you guys, like, reacting to Chad, you got to do it like Buzamok does. Because Buzamok doesn't get all worked up. He's not like, hey, you piece of shit, you fucking guy. That's a Chad win. Like, you go to his chat, you yell at him, I say mean shit to him. He won. He elicited a reaction out of you. Buzamok kind of like, he does it like a documentarian. He goes, yeah, here's the fucked up shit Chad was doing, boom. And he just lays it out there. There's no emotion. He's not worked up about it. That's what you got to do. When you get all worked up, if you're emotional, you've lost. That's why I always smile at you guys. That and because I love you. All right, what's the war at? Goal has been hit, but YouTube is at 76, PayPal's at 82, Rumble's at 54. It looks like the Battle of Corn Pop may be won by the great General Steven and his big drop into the show today. Carlos Cameo says, can you add a Chad Zumach flavor of Steel Toe Coffee? I would love to add Mud Shark Dark Roast. That would be fun. Do you think that company would slap Mud Shark on their coffee? Do you think we could get them to do it? I would love to work out a name, image, and likeness deal with Chad Zumach for Mud Shark Dark Roast. People are saying Chad's Magic Mud Water. I don't know. You got to have Mud Shark in there. If we could get that company to sell a coffee bag with Mud Shark written on it, that's too good. That's too good. RP Jesus says, to replace April's Magic Bean, can we get Aaron's Gaping Orifice? You see, April's Magic Bean was a play on like clit and coffee bean and all of that stuff. I don't see how my gaping orifice, which I don't have, I don't see how an Aaron's gaping orifice relates to coffee beans. You're going to have to connect the dots for me on that one. Corn Diff says they have a flavor called Chad's Bro. It tastes like a small casket. Now, see, how are you any better than Chad? How are you any better than Chad when you do shit like that? Buzz with $2 says better than the Quarterings coffee. Hey! $5 from Dr. Silverwolf says, come on, you apes. Don't you want to live forever? Hey, guess what? That just put YouTube ahead of PayPal by $1. There you go. It looks like with 10 minutes left, YouTube's going to end up winning the Battle of Corn Pop. $83 YouTube, $82 PayPal, $54 Rumble, and another win for the toe regardless. Oh, by the way, when you buy that coffee, our cut of it goes towards the goal. So that's a lot of fun too. We've also got the merch store at streamlabs.com/Steel Toe Morning Show/merch. You can go there and get that. Now I'm about to get angry text messages. Use the tiny URL, you fucking asshole. The square foot website URL. Nobody's been able to tell me how Aaron's gaping orifice relates to coffee. Gordy came downstairs. Gordy, hey, buddy. Come here, bud. Come here. What happened? Oh, you know what? The machines are going off. Oh, hey, buddy. Oh, you're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. All right. Can I get to the microphone, bud? Do you think I can get to the mic? The machines are going upstairs because I told you they're digging and they're putting fiber optic in the neighborhood. So he's probably scared. Are you scared of all the trucks? Yeah, he's shaking. I don't think he likes all the noise with the when you have a small dog like this, I'm going to talk quieter because he doesn't like it when I'm yelling. When you have a small dog like this, it's just certain sounds outside, like storms. He actually does better than most small dogs with storms. But he doesn't like the jackhammery, vibrating, pounding sounds. He doesn't like those. Yeah. He doesn't like going outside to go potty when it's raining either. Oh, do you have to go outside? Is that what you need? Oh. Can you hang on for like 5 minutes and I'll wrap up the show and then you can go potty? Is that what? Hey, do you want to chase your ball? Hold on. Ready? Go get it, bud. Go get it. Yeah, good boy. Good boy, Gordy. Yeah, he needs to go outside. Leo with $1 over on Rumble says Gordy is the best co-host. Screw Johnny. Yeah, I can tell he's nervous. I got hair all over me. He's shedding like nobody's business. $55 for Rumble now. 83 YouTube. 82 PayPal. Wow, it was close. But it looks like this one's going to end. My Lost Interest says Gordy is a star. He's not going to shit on the floor. Hey, bud, you're back. I know. I got a couple of minutes, but they paid me and they pay well. They're a really supportive bunch. They even had a fun little battle that they had today. Just don't pee on the floor. In like 5 minutes, I'll be able to take you outside. I promise. Okay? You're staring at me. Are you a good boy? Do you want to go outside?
That's right. Let me see me getting gang fucked in the mouth.
What the?
That's right. Let me see me.
What? I did not. I didn't touch a thing. I don't know how that happened. That scared the shit out of me. For a shoot. That scared me to death. The link must have refreshed or something because I wasn't even on that tab. It scared me. No, Corn Diff. Gordy is not going to go shit on my golf clubs. Thank you very much. Sam Show says, you say that when he does shit on the floor, then you voluntarily telling us how you play with it with your toe. That was one time I thought it was a pen. I thought it was a marker. It was shit. Blech. Don't remind me of that. Corn Diff says, I thought he had super tips for a second. Right. They're saying, good job, Gordy. No, Gordy didn't do that. Sam Show says, I thought it was a pen. I did think it was a pen. Papa Shab says, a squishy pen. No. So I thought it was a marker like this. I was rolling it with my toe. I was rolling it back and forth and it felt like a Sharpie. And then all of a sudden, I felt it push, I felt it give, and a Sharpie doesn't give. And I looked down, I'm like, oh, it's a fucking turd. Oh my God. So he came down while I was on the show and he shit right at my feet. It wasn't hardened Papa Shab. It was a normal Gordy turd. So he came down while I was doing the show. And this is where I can't blame him. If he shits by the door where he goes outside, or if he shits where I'm sitting, I can't blame him because that's my fuck up. He tried to get my attention. He tried to go outside. And I fucked it up. And now he's just laying there like a good boy waiting to go outside. Corn Diff says he played footsie with a soft turd and thought it was a marker. I did. Rusty Grammar says you couldn't smell it. Dude, I don't know if you know about Chihuahua shits, but they're very small. And yeah, they really don't smell. They come out firm. They're kind of hard turds. They're not very long, obviously, because they're small dogs, and they don't stink. They really don't. It makes them a bitch to clean up, like in the summer when you want to clean him out of your yard where he poops, because they're very small, and if the grass grows a little, they can kind of conceal them a little bit. Miss Tay with $10 says, Gordy is my favorite tow boy. That also puts YouTube at $93. I think that's going to put to bed the competition for today. It's going to be a YouTube victory for Corn Pop and company. Let me just give the Venmo and PayPal one more what for to make sure. Yeah. It's going to be a victory for the YouTube crowd. They are at 93 and Rumble is at 82. Or I'm sorry, PayPal is at 82. Rumble's at 55. Thank you, guys. Corn Diff says, I always thought Chihuahuas shit pellets like rabbits. No. They got like little turds. Chad Buzamok says, Aaron knows a lot about shit. Explains the show. Look, on days where, on a week where we've hit every goal we've had, I'm happy to get the business. I am. So thank you all very much. I'm going to go let my dog outside. We're going to call it a day. Remember, tomorrow is Rumble Friday. It's going to be a lot of fun. We hope you join us for Rumble Link Friday, and we hope we do a lot of gifted memberships, and we hope we do a lot of fun links and clips and shit like that. I'm going to try really hard to go to the gym right now and not find my way to the golf course. Does that sound good? See, like my big thing is it's my gym renewal today. And like when you go in, you pay your renewal. So it's like either I'm paying my gym renewal or I'm paying to go golfing. I'm paying either way. So don't talk yourself into it. You're so close to you're closer to fighting weight than you've been in a week or two. You haven't been drinking sodas. You haven't been eating fast food. Get your fat ass into the gym and get a jump on this thing. Buzamok says, did you see Chad said if he gets 100 gifted subs, he will change a bike tire? I told you, man, I'm a trendsetter. These people cannot deny it. Another win for the toe. Corn Diff says, go treat yourself to a blizzard. Yeah, you guys aren't helping. Take it easy. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thanks, guys.